but now we are seeing that happening in our everyday life. Next is we have AR and VR expansion. Now, AR means augmented reality. VR means virtual reality. I'm going to pause and just explain what the two mean. Augmented reality is the difference between AR and VR for short is that for AR, you can maybe wear a Google Glass now and you'll be able to see some things that will be, like the word said, augmented reality. They'll put some objects in your reality. You can still see your surroundings, but then you'll not be seeing things that are not actually there. So you're not cut short from what is happening in real life. But for VR, virtual reality, where you wear AirPod on your ears or mere headphone also on your ear, is to cover you from what is happening in reality, and then it gives you a virtual world. Maybe you may now see that you're in a train mill, or you see that you are in a roller coaster and there are snakes everywhere, and so on and so forth. That is virtual reality. So augmented reality happens in real life. People use it, and VR people use it also. AR people use it now with the Google Glass, Google Lens. You have Google Lens, and then it tells you things. You move around, and it just starts writing things out for you and telling you this is what this is, and this is what you can now change what your reality is. That does not cut you short from what you are seeing in real life. So you see the difference. So we are envisioning that in the next 5 years, reality will transform education. In education, we are seeing we are going to have more virtual classrooms, while in gaming, we are seeing an immersive experience. We're also seeing that trainings will be, we'll have simulations for trainings for professionals. We're already seeing it now. People will be doing trainings and you just see something just pop out from a machine. Yes, that is an augmented reality there. So learning will become more and more interactive than ever. Next, we would experience in the next 5 years, what we hope to experience is cybersecurity becoming critical. My brothers, my sisters out there, my tech enthusiasts out there that are into cybersecurity, it's a good way to enrich yourself in the future, because as more systems go online, hacking risks increases. Cybersecurity will become one of the most important global careers. That's what we're envisioning. It's not easy. Governments and companies will invest heavily in protecting their system. They want to protect their system. So if you're doing a course on cybersecurity, or you intend to do a course on cybersecurity, it is not a lost cause, so to speak. It's actually the right way to go, because this will now become the job. The demand for this job will increase exponentially in the next few years, because everything will be remote, everything will be online, everything will be more automated, and now you now need some persons to protect you from hackers, to protect you from all those things that may damage your own system. So cybersecurity, we are seeing is going to become more rampant. The job will also become more searched for, or more catered for. Another aspect that we're on that trend that we are hoping that will evolve in the next 5 years is remote work. Remote work is where persons stay in the comfort of their home or anywhere, maybe in an office or an enclosed space, and they work without actually physically being where the office or the company may be. So remote work will continue to expand. Companies will hire talent globally without physical offices. This will change how people view careers and location. Already we have remote work up and down. We have many persons working remotely from their homes at their comfort zone, and they deliver this job and they get paid in real time per hour, or as the case may be. So this, we are seeing that in the next 5 years, this will become so rampant. Yeah. Another area is the digital identity system. We are envisioning that your identity will become fully digital, whether it's your banking access, whether it's your government service, whether it's the travel documents that you now currently have. Everything will be linked to a secure digital identity system. It's already happening. We're already envisioning it, that it will happen to not become more in 5 years from now. Another area to look at, ninth area to look at from this top 10 trends that we're talking about is AI in education. We're envisioning that schools will integrate artificial intelligence into teaching. They will personalize learning path, and also have automated grading system. We'll have some virtual tutors, no longer having physical tutors around. People that will teach you virtually, and also education will become more customized to each student. That's our vision. Last but not least, we are envisioning that we'll have an hyper-personalized technology. Now, we are envisioning that in the future, 5 years from now, technology will adapt to individuals, as we already have with AI chatbots. We'll now have more personalized news feed already have that with TikTok, when you now have For You page, and the algorithm now works with whatever you like, and they now use that to, feed you with the content you love. We are envisioning that we have adaptive applications. We're envisioning that in the next 5 years we'll have smart recommendations, and every user experience will become unique. So as we close today's edition of Tech Today, one thing is clear. We are living through the fastest technological transformation in human history. So from AI tools that are already reshaping our daily lives to future trends that will continue to redefine how we live, how we work, and how we connect. The world is evolving faster than ever before. But the real question is not what technology will become. The real question I'm going to ask you out there is, what will we become with technology? Because in the end, technology does not replace humans, it only amplifies human choices. Thank you for joining me on the program Tech Today. It's always a delight having to sit here and inform you, and also educate, and also learn from one of the beautiful things that's happening in the world of technology. I am Lawal Momo, and join us again next week for another interesting episode of this program. Until then, I say you should always stay informed, stay curious, and stay ahead of the future. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Omonoba Nedu Ukwakolopolo, Ewai II, Oba of Benin, stepped out majestically with loud crowd to perform the Sultan rites of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ikoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, who departed this world 49 years ago. Isoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence during their sojourn on earth. The display of a human effigy symbolizing the departed royal matriarch was preceded by the Oba of Benin, who led the procession from his palace to the Immortal Shrine at King Square in Benin City, where he offered prayers for the repose of the soul of the Queen Mother, Ioba Ewai II. Abandoned their wares to catch a glimpse of the royal personage and join in the celebration.
TV, certainly the best.
Ojode aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ pẹ́. Ayaba aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ pẹ́. Àlàyé aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ pẹ́. Wẹ̀dúwà.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Yari yari.
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers. Ekoko masquerades from Ute village, whose cult is connected with Obaeware and his mother, Elere, appear on this occasion to bless the Oba. Ekoko is a ritual masquerade that dances to please the guests and the Oba.
ITV, certainly the best.
right, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today on the program Woman to Woman. Adesu Sawage. And we're here again to talk woman matter. And this time around, we want to talk about a disconnect. How do we address it? You know, following the topic we had last week, the discussion we had about the 20-year-old girl who decided to kill herself as a result of rape, who waited for quite a long time before she decided. It's not something that she did at the spur of the moment. She had time to talk to somebody. She had time to seek counsel. She had time to get people to talk to her, get this person arrested, heal, and all of that. She had enough time to make sure that this person who raped her, who violated her so much like that to the point of her killing herself, is put behind bars forever, if possible. But she didn't do that. So it was from that discussion that we realized that there is a huge disconnect between a mother and her daughter, or between mothers and their daughters. Most mothers and their daughters do not relate anymore. There is no friendship, no love, so to speak, no love indeed between them. So thankfully, Sharon was with us last week and she's here again today. Sharon Ekelen, who is a counselor, a teen coach, and of course, very, very, very good at motivating women. She does that a lot on Facebook, and I follow her and I read her post, and it makes a lot of sense. So Sharon, thank you for everything you are doing for women.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
So I also have a counselor with me, Counselor Pace Erubami. She is, like I said, a counselor, a teen coach, and she's also very neck deep into making sure that our girls grow up in the way that they should. So ladies, a pleasure to have you join me today. So let's look at this disconnect between mother and daughter. Thankfully, you are mothers too. I don't know if you have daughters. Okay, I know you have a daughter. And now you have daughters too. So talk to us. What should the relationship between a mother and daughter be? Or a mother and her children generally? Because even boys, they're getting attacked too, they're getting violated and all of that. I saw a video of one man on a video exposed who was saying, he did not use the boy for ritual, he only slept with the boy. How does that sound? And he was saying, I didn't use him for ritual, and he was now swearing, using his children. And in calling the children's name, he mentioned about 2 names that sounded like boys' names. So he had sons, or he has sons. He left his sons and violated somebody else's child.
Be doing it to their
I just
children.
don't understand. We'll find time to talk about that. The thing is giving me serious headache thinking about it, and that picture has refused to leave my head. So talk to us.
So
this gap.
I think I watched Michelle Obama in one of her programs. She said something that really stood out. She said she don't need to be her daughter's friend, but she's their mother. She has to play the role of a mother. So people might look at it in a certain way. What does she mean by that? We need to deal with our children as parent and daughter, a mother and a daughter relationship. How much do we know our daughter? How much are we willing to tell them what they need to know, that will not be afraid of letting them know what they are supposed to know? Because looking at this girl's story, for her to have left her home at 20, there must be some disconnect between her and her mother. I can't imagine my daughter, no matter how stubborn they might be, will leave her state. Who gave her the transport? How did she get the money? How did she get the guts to leave her home and travel to a different state for whatever reason without the parents knowing? So I think it's not just about friendship. It's about telling them what they are supposed to know. And I read in the book of Deuteronomy the role of parents to their children. We should not neglect our role in our children's life. We must tell them, because as we keep telling them, they might seem like they are not listening. a time will come in their life where those things we say will play in their head. When they are about to make critical decisions, they will remember. So some parents might lack that ability to know how to talk to their children. Use teaching moments. You might not just wait for a one-on-one discussion. Some things might happen. You use a teaching moment to tell them a story. I remember my father using stories to tell us, and most of the stories he told us were life lessons, and they help us in making decisions. So I think that is where parents need to work on.
How many of these stories have you told your own children? The stories your father told you?
I'm telling them a lot of them.
You know, say I know they are not feeling now.
Yes, like one of the story my father said. My father used to say that about dress code. He said, when you see people wear mini skirts, it means that their material is not enough. Do you understand?
Yeah,
but people are taking it as a trend.
As a trend.
Do you understand? My father also told us a story of a king who had a servant. And when they were traveling, the servant came to the king and said, please, when we get to this new city, please don't let them know that I'm your servant, because he was so close to the king. And the king said, why not? Of course, I will not make them. It's you, what you do, that will make them know that you are a servant. And eventually, when they got there, they served them the food and the dining. He chose to go and eat by the fireplace, and many instances. Yeah. So we use teaching moments to teach our girls.
All right, Sharon, let's feel your pace now. Disconnect between mother and daughter. What is wrong? What is happening?
I think I have always had the ideology of mother-daughter relationship. A child first friend
is the mother.
Because the child sucked from you till, if some can be till a year old. Thank God for baby friendly. So if you want to use that word baby friendly, meaning that bond, that friendliness ought to have started at that age. Because while the child is sucking, you could see the child is looking directly
at the mother,
into the eyes of the mother. So meaning there should be a connection and a bond between the child and the mother. But unfortunately, due to societal mindset, upbringing, the circle is always there. Why will I be a friend to my child?
My child, are we mates?
Yes,
are we mates?
We are not mates. So you should know your boundaries. You should know where you should cut the line. So a child cannot, there are some children, they can't even go and maybe as I'm seated there, come and, why will you touch my hair? Am I your mate? So once that relationship is not really there, there is this gap between the mother and the child find it so difficult to penetrate the mom, because the child like, oh, can I open my mouth and say I was raped? That means it's better for me to just pass that rape place and just be going than for me to open my mouth and tell my mom, because sometimes some parents will blame the child, beat the
victimization.
Child.
They victimize the victim.
Yes, and make you feel that you are, it's just you are the one that even ended up becoming the abuser. That raped the other person.
They make the child feel worthless
and feel bad. So if there is this relationship between mother and child, especially daughter, like I tell my daughters, tell me anything, no matter how it will break me. What is important is,
tell me, let's deal with it together.
Than for you to go outside. Because the people you meet outside, they may either destroy you or they will make you with the kind of advice they will give to you. I say, fine. As a mother, I will feel emotional, I will feel bad. Or just tell me. So sometimes they tell me things, they tell me whatever and all that. So as I'm seated there, if my child is lying, I will know. If my daughters are lying, I will know, I'll just smile. But the other person can like, no, that's I'll smile. Then later I'll like, okay, I saw that.
Let me tell you.
Tell me the real thing that really happened. Like, mommy, I said, no, you're the mother. So they're like, okay, see what
no screaming, no yelling,
so
no.
I won't scream out like I said next time. Don't you think you should do it this way? And what you just did that can lead to whatever and all that. So that one has made them free to always assess me, always tell me anything. So that there was a day I was, I think I was coming from work. My one of them, they were still young. One of them just held me. I was dragging my hair. My husband was like, "Leave your mother's hair alone." I'm like, no, drag the hair, drag my hair. I'm like, do you think she's your mate? She's not your friend. I said, please, my child is my friend. So I should be her first friend before she start making other friends.
She should be able to tell you everything and anything.
And why did I make that decision? Because growing up, I didn't really have who to assess. I didn't have an adult that would be like a friend to me that I can talk to. So there are a lot of mistakes I made. There are a lot of things that happens to me that drains me mentally. So and I told myself,
this won't happen to my girls.
To my own girls.
That's fantastic. Experience as best teacher.
Yeah.
Okay, Pierce, while you were talking, you said, who gave the girl money? How did she get money? That. Are you aware that from that girl's story, she was trying to be a content creator. She wants to learn. She wants to earn money to solve issues at home. All right, you realize that these days, most children have taken up the role of their parents. There's a role reversal where you see young girls trying to cater for their parents and for the home. How is that even possible?
Yes, so that is why I said, when I mean friend, when you have a friend in your child and you have a friend that is your age mate, they are different things. Are you getting me? When I talk about this is my daughter, this is me, my relationship with her, I'm not defining it in the friendship of a friend per se. I'm defining it, let her know her place as a daughter and I know my place as a mother. Because you don't make them become adults when they are not. But that is what is happening in our society today. So that's what I have in my mind. What are some of the things the mother must be saying? I should be telling her, look at your mate. Your mate are excelling. Come and see your mate on the screen. Your mate is the one making so much money on TV or on TikTok or this or that. What the kind of conversation that is going on between them? You can actually be a friend of your daughter, but what do you discuss with her? Are you getting me? So I think that there is a kind of discussion that is not healthy between the mother and the child that will push that child outside. And it's very wrong for parents to push their children to go sourcing for fund just to support them at home. And because it's our responsibility to take care of them. Yeah.
All right, it's Woman to Woman on ITV, and we're talking about this disconnect between mothers and their daughters. And I have with me Councillor Pace and Councillor Sharon. Okay, as councillors now, how do you think, I know for sure that some parents some mothers don't know how to talk to their girls. Like, this issue of sex is a taboo. This issue of their sexuality is a taboo. Like, I remember telling my girls that it gets to a stage in your life where you get all of this feeling of sex and all of that. This is how to deal with it. But some parents or some mothers see it as a taboo. They see it as a crime. Why should the girl say that she has this kind of feelings? It is normal, it is natural for the girl to have sexual feelings at a particular stage in her life. The ability to talk to that child, to make that child say the path to go, is very key, and a lot of parents miss it. Like this girl was talking to the man on the phone and told the man, I'm a virgin, I've not had sex before. When you're telling the man you're a virgin, you've not had sex before, are you not inviting that man to your life?
And you are creating.
So what are you telling the man? Why are you creating that sin? All right, that's one of the disconnects we are trying to talk about now, because if the mother has sat down to talk to that girl, I'm sure all of this will not happen today. So how exactly, as counselors, should a mother relate with her daughter? Because some of us, if we have not shouted from here to Ring Road, we never talk. And then when the child does something small, you talk about it, The next day, any little thing, you remind her of what she had done before, you know. I don't know if that is the proper way to talk, because you deal with girls a lot.
Yeah, so
talk to us.
Like when my daughter was growing up, I used to teach her that any secret that is not worth telling your mother or your father is a bad secret. So I kept singing it into her ears every now and then.
Okay.
So when she first saw her menses, she told me. And as things evolved in her life, she was always communicating, because I created that space. But I also discovered that if, for example, like the example you gave now, they came to tell you something that is very private, and they now hear that some other day they did something else and you refer to it, they will now withdraw. But I know the kind of things I did during my teenage years. I remember those days we used to go and fetch water outside our home, and then somebody would touch my breast, and I would cry to my dad, because I actually grew up with my dad and my stepmom, and my dad would follow me to that place, and I will not feel embarrassed. But the children of these days, even when they tell you and you decide to take such action like my father did, they will be embarrassed. So you need to study the trend. You need to study how they react to things before you take it up with them.
Okay.
So the way my father will follow me to go and find out who touched my daughter's breast, and I will be so proud like this, my daughter will not be proud like that. So because of that, I'll be cautious of how I handle it. I'll discuss it with her. How will you want me to do it? You wouldn't want me to follow you there or this? She will tell me, no, I don't want you to go with me. I will not think of another way
to handle it.
Yeah.
Wow, that's fantastic. Okay, Sharon, let's hear from you.
Yes.
What's the best way to talk to our girls?
The best way to me talking to the girls is, one, making them feel heard.
That their voice counts.
Yes, exactly. That's what I was saying. Making them know that their opinion matters. It shouldn't be about you as an adult.
Okay.
And so, because that is where some persons like, I'm the adult, I'm talking, you shut up and listen to me while I talk.
That's a Nigerian thing now.
Yes. So let's talk. It's not because the child is maybe 12 years old, you feel like, oh, they're just a child. What do you have to say? We can deliberate, we can talk. And when you are doing that, you are knowing what is in the mind of the child. Then when the child finish, I smile and I'm like, okay, let's talk. Let's talk. Because I've not seen that the mindset, the thinking, if you go like that, there will be a lot of mistakes. So parents should allow their children to feel free, air their mind, say their view on anything. And when they do it, don't start criticizing them. Don't start.
As you are a counselor, how do we not criticize these children? How
do we correct them without?
How do we correct them without making them feel bad about themselves?
There's something you see. If the thing is, as a parent, every parent needs to live first. A lot of parents are emotionally damaged. So at the end of the day, they pass it.
They transfer
on,
it onto the children.
So that is the reason they can't control their own emotions. They can't control their thought pattern and how they react to their child. Okay, I was talking in the office today, a case I'm handling presently. Thank God yesterday I had a breakthrough in that case. How was I able to get a breakthrough? Because I used my story for her as an example. The case was a case of sexual abuse. Her mother married somebody. So there are 3 girls. She took them to their house. So the man abused the first daughter, that is this elder sister, second daughter, then her. But the only thing
All 3 of them.
The only thing the mom, when it started with the elder sister, removed her to go and stay with somebody. When he entered the immediate, he removed her to go and stay with the grandmother, then her. And the girl has been totally drained. So, but they can have the mindset, oh, it's not my mommy's fault because I experienced all my mom suffered. So this man in question is not like a savior to my mother. So,
and I'm sure the man must have been using that on the girl. If you don't allow me, I'll punish your mom. Oh, shit.
What am I trying to say now is, if the mom was emotionally and psychologically okay, we break the man's head and leave that home.
Are you advocating violence now, Sharon? So let us know.
Because she was emotionally drained.
Yes.
So she can't even take decisions for her own self. I tell my children.
And the mother is aware.
Yes.
And the best thing she could do was to remove them and continue with that marriage that ended that very first day she heard or saw that her husband abused her daughter sexually. Is that what marriage again?
So
my gender. So marriage will not end ab initio immediately.
Exactly. So like I tell my daughters, even my sons, I said, the day you see, because I tell them this thing, we talk about sexuality, we talk about different things. I said, the day you see me touching any of your private parts somehow, don't say because it is mommy, go and report to your father immediately and say, I don't understand my mom.
Exactly.
I said that if your daddy is doing it to you, come and report to me immediately. Don't say because it is daddy.
You get sense, this woman.
Don't say because it is daddy.
Yes.
It is normal.
Yes.
It is not normal because your dad should not, and I too
should not touch you indecently. All right, ladies, our time is fast spent now. Please, in one very short sentence, how do we address this disconnect between mother and daughter? Very short sentence, 30 seconds, please.
The best way we can avoid this disconnect is to be in the child's life.
Okay.
Try as much as possible to
be in our child's life.
Yeah.
Drop our phone somewhere. Yes. Have time for phone. Yes. All right, Sharon.
Yes. In addition to what she said, make out time for your children. Be part of their activities. So just sit down with them. Sometimes I'm watching, maybe sometimes keep online, I just got to say, let's watch together. Okay. So all of us will start laughing and all that. So just make them feel at ease. Make them, what your activities
be in their life. Don't be an absentee mother.
Your activities and also be part of their own activities.
All right, ladies, thank you so much for finding time to be with us. Next week, we'll bring you another exciting topic on woman to woman. Madam, leave your phone and concentrate on your children, else you will find yourself to be blamed. We'll see you again next week. Bye-bye.
Bye.
ITV, certainly the best.
Igi ni Madonna, in Mazedion, Orero, always near Agbo, Manazo, or Igi ni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you ordain title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various hymns of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
Ọba tó pé Osanore Umadogemo Akmoye ni awode wae nori ọba Osanore ọba Umadogemo Akmoye ni awode wae
Omonomba Nedo Ukwakwalopolo Ewai II, Oba of Benin, performing during the 2025 Ododua Festival. Ododua Festival is unique as it was organized in honor of Ioba Omoni Hwoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, as part of activities for her burial rites. The rich traditions and cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom was showcased when His Royal Majesty Ewai II engaged the floor to perform during Uge Ododua in the palace ground in Benin City. In the dance performance, the Ogbelaka royal drummers supplied the needed impetus and rhythm for the dance. However, tributes are paid by the head of Benin deities to the monarch, who was the cynosure at the event. The event can best be imagined as the spiritual rejuvenation, stunned, spectaculars and guests at the colorful ceremony. 7 masquerades representing 7 spirits and deities conveyed different meaning in company with the head of the deities of Benin, with the Oba of Benin, who exhibited a grand cultural dexterity in his dance steps.
Yeah.
The Ekoko masquerades from Ute village, whose cult is connected with Obaeware and his mother, Elere, appear on this occasion to bless the Oba. Ekoko is a ritual masquerade that dances to please the guests and the Oba.
TV, certainly the best.
Omonoba Nedo Ukwakolopolo, Ewai II, Oba of Benin, stepped out majestically with loud crowd to perform the Soton rites of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ikoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, who departed this world 49 years ago. Isoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence during their sojourn on earth. The display of a human effigy symbolizing the departed royal matriarch was preceded by the Oba of Benin, who led the procession from his palace to the Immortan Shrine at King Square in Benin City, where he offered prayers for the repose of the soul of the Queen Mother, Ioba Ewai II. Thereafter, the priest assigned to the Immortan Shrine offered Oba Ewai II items for Isoton on behalf of his family. However, chalk, known as Uri, represented a mixture from royal fans after ancestral spirits were invoked to bear witness and announce his arrival. On his way home, Oba Ewai paid tributes at various pilgrimage sites, including Queen Idia Tomb, the side Oba Market, where a cheerful crowd of traders abandoned their wares to catch a glimpse of the royal personage and join in the celebration.
TV, certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, ọba àtọpẹ.
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin aqua seed. Ayo or aqua game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
ITV, certainly the best.
Markets have always served as the heartbeat of every community. They are places where farmers, traders and consumers meet to exchange goods, earn a living, and provide families with the food they need for healthy living. Among the menu section of a typical market, the fruit and vegetable section remains one of the busiest. Here, colorful display of fresh produce attract buyers looking for nutritious food to include in their daily meals. Fruit and vegetables are not only valued for their taste and appearance, but also for the essential nutrient they provide. Health experts recommend regular consumption because they contain vitamins, minerals, and fiber that helps protect the body against diseases and promote healthy living. Despite their importance, traders dealing in fruit and vegetables face several challenges that threaten their businesses, from unpredictable weather conditions to rising transportation costs and seasonal changes. Many say maintaining a profitable business is becoming increasingly difficult. Today, our market survey takes us to one of Benin City popular vegetable market, where we explore the different varieties of fruit and vegetables available, learn about their nutritional benefits, and hear directly from traders about the realities of running their businesses.
Welcome to another exciting edition of Market Survey here on Independent Television. I am Stephanie Notodiwa, and we are currently at vegetable market here in Benin City to get to survey the environment. This is one of the hub of vegetables here in Benin City. You're looking for anything veggies, here is the hub of vegetable here in Benin City. We're basically here to survey the market behavior. It is a raining and cloudy weather this morning, to also know if that is affecting the business, and also to look at some fruits. As you can see behind me, there are lots of fruits. Like I said, this is one of the hub of vegetables and fruit here in Benin City. Stay with me as I take you through the market to get to know some of these prices, the challenges, and of course what the traders here are facing. I am Stephanie Notodiwa. As the first ray of sunlight spread across the city, traders begin arranging baskets filled with colorful fruit and freshly harvested vegetables. The atmosphere is lively. Buyers move from one store to another, examining produce, asking questions, and comparing prices before making their purchases. Some stores are filled with bright red, fresh, green peppers and leafy vegetables. Others display neatly arranged fruit in different colors and sizes. The market presents a rich varieties of agricultural produce, reflecting the hard work of farmers and traders who ensure these foods reach consumers daily. Walking through the market, one quickly notices the wide range of fruits available, from bananas and oranges to pineapples, watermelons, cucumbers, pears, apples, mangoes, and beetroots. Each fruit offers unique health benefit. Traders explain that many customers are becoming more cautious of healthy eating and often ask questions about the nutritional value of the fruit they buy. According to one traders, understanding the health benefit of fruit has encouraged many families to include them more regularly in their diet. The trader introduces us to beetroots, a deep red root vegetable that has become increasingly popular among health-conscious consumers. Although many people simply know it for its striking color, beetroot is rich in nutrients that contribute to good health. It contains vitamins such as vitamin C and vitamin B6, as well as minerals including iron and potassium. The trader explained that beetroot is commonly used as juice, added to salad, or cooked alongside other vegetables. Many customers purchase it because they believe it helps improve blood circulation, supports heart health, and contribute to overall wellness. Moving to another store, oranges are displayed in large baskets. Known for their refreshing taste, oranges remains one of the most popular fruits in the market. They are an excellent source of vitamin C, which helps strengthen body's immune system, support healthy skin, and assist the body in fighting infections. Nearby bunches of banana arranged neatly on wooden stands. Bananas are widely consumed because they are filling, affordable, and easy to carry. According to traders, banana provide energy and contains potassium, an important mineral that supports healthy muscles, nerves, and heart function. They are also rich in dietary fiber, which aids digestion and promotes good bore's health. The market also offers freshly harvested pineapples with their distinctive crowns. Pineapples are valued not only for their sweet taste, but also for their nutritional content. They contain vitamin C and enzyme believed to aid digestion and reduce inflammation. Some customers purchase pineapples for home consumption, while others buy them for making fruit juice. One of the most eye-catching display in the market is the watermelon section. Large green watermelons are stacked carefully, attracting buyers looking for refreshing fruit during warm weather. Traders explain that watermelon contains a high percentage of water, making it useful for hydration. It also contains vitamin A and C and natural compounds that contribute to healthy skin and proper body function. Not far from the fruit sections are stores displaying fresh cucumbers. Although many people regard cucumbers as a vegetable, it is botanically classified as a fruit. It is rich in water, low in calories, and contains nutrients that helps maintain hydration and supports healthy skin. Many buyers purchase cucumber for salad and healthy snacks. The vegetable section presents an equally impressive variety. Fresh spinach are displayed in bundles. Traders explain that vegetables are rich in vitamins, iron, calcium, and fiber. Regular consumption, they say, contributes to healthy blood production, strengthens the immune system, and supports overall body development. Customers move from one store to another, selecting vegetables based on freshness, color, and price.
Some buy in large quantities for restaurant and catering services, while others purchase enough for the family meal. The traders proudly explain that eating fruit and vegetables regularly is one of the easiest ways to maintain good health. They encourage parents to introduce children to healthy eating habits from an early age by including a variety of fruit and vegetable in their daily meal.
If you're just tuning in, it is Market Surveyor on Independent Television. I am Stephanie Notoriua, and we are currently at Vegetable Market here in Benin City to survey the area and get to know if this current weather is affecting trade, and also to understand some nutritional values on fruit and get to understand if the business is going through a downtime. Of course, it's upper season, but from what we've discovered that the raining season rather is actually affecting trade, being that what they say here, most of them are perishable goods, and you get their veggies, their fruit. Of course, when vegetable gets destroyed by water, it's of course of no use. So rain is one of the factors that is affecting their business here. But as we go further, we'll give you more tips, more advice here on Market Survey. I am Stephanie Notoriua. Don't go anywhere. However, beyond the colorful display and nutritional benefits lies another side of the business, one filled with challenges that many consumers rarely see. As conversation continue with traders, attention gradually shifts from the abundance of fresh produce to realities of keeping these highly perishable items fresh and marketable. While the market remains colorful and attractive to visitors, traders say preserving the freshness of fruit and vegetables is becoming increasingly difficult, especially during the raining season. Unlike packaged goods that can remain on shelf for a long period, fruit and veggies are highly perishable. They require proper handling, careful storage, and favorable weather conditions to maintain their quality. According to many traders, the rainy season is one of the most challenging periods of the year. They explain that whenever heavy rainfall occurs, water often finds its way into sections of the market, soaking baskets, cartons, and produce display on the ground. Some say that even after making effort to cover their goods with tarpaulins and waterproof materials, excessive rainfall still causes significant damage. As water accumulates around their stores, many fruit begin to deteriorate much faster than expected. Vegetables, especially leafy ones, are even more vulnerable because excessive moisture causes them to wilt, lose their freshness, and become unattractive to buyers. Some traders explain that once vegetables begin to spoil, customers immediately reject them, leaving the sellers with little or no profit. Others add that by the end of some market days, they are forced to throw away baskets of vegetables that can no longer be sold. According to them, every spoiled basket represents money lost. The traders say this is one of the hidden challenges many people do not understand. Consumers often complain about prices without realizing the amount of waste traders experience before products even reach the customer. Some traders estimate that during periods of continuous rainfall, they may lose a considerable portion of their goods within a few days. They explain that fruits such as strawberries, grapes, pear, and tomatoes are particularly sensitive to excess moisture and roughly handling. Leafy vegetables also begin to rot quickly when exposed to too much water. Because these products have short shelf lives, every delay in sales increases the possibility of spoiling. As a result, traders constantly monitor their produce throughout the day, removing damaged items before they affect the rest. Others sprinkle small amounts of clean water and certain vegetables to maintain freshness, while ensuring that excessive moisture does not encourage decay. The traders say balancing freshness with preservation requires both experience and patience. Another major concern raised by traders is transportation. According to them, bringing fruit and vegetables from farms and neighboring states to Benin City has become increasingly expensive. Many explain that transportation costs have risen significantly due to the increase in fuel prices. Drivers often charge higher fares to convey agricultural produce from farming communities to the city. These additional expenses, traders say, eventually reflect in the prices consumers pay. Some traders source
their fruits from different parts of the country. Apples and grapes may arrive through distributors, while orange, pineapples, mangoes, and vegetables often come directly from farming community within and outside Edo State. Each journey involves loading charges, transportation fees, market levies, and labor costs. The traders explain that by the time these expenses are added together, selling at a very low prices becomes almost impossible. Some also point out that poor road conditions contribute to the problem. Vehicles transporting fruit and vegetables often spend several hours on the road. The longer the journey, the greater the possibility of spoilage before the produce can even reach the market. According to them, delays caused by traffic congestion and bad roads reduce the quality of highly perishable produce. Some fruit arrive bruised, while delicate vegetables may lose their freshness before they are displayed for sale. Beyond transportation, seasonal changes also play an important role in determining availability and prices. The traders explain that fruits are naturally seasonal. Some fruits are abundant during certain period of the year and scarce during others. For example, mangoes are more readily available during their peak season. When production is high, prices become more affordable because supply exceeds demand. However, once the season gradually comes to an end, fewer mangoes reach the market. As availability decreases, prices begin to rise. The same patterns apply to several other fruits sold in the market. Traders explain that oranges, pineapples, watermelons, and pear all experience seasonal variations. These challenges eventually affect everyone along the supply chain, from farmers to transporters, retailers, and consumers. Despite these difficulties, traders continue to report to the market every morning with hope. For many of them, fruit and vegetable trading is more than a business. It is their primary source of livelihood. The income generates support for their families, pay children's school fees, settle medical bills, and provide daily household needs. They believe that no matter the economic situation, fruits and vegetables will always remain essential because people need them for good health. The belief keeps them motivated even during difficult periods, poor sales, bad weather, and rising operational costs. As consumers continue arriving at different stores, traders patiently attend to each person, offering advice and selecting fresh produce and explaining the benefits of incorporating fruit and vegetables in everyday meal. The interaction between sellers reveals not only commercial transaction, but also a shared appreciation for healthy living and proper nutrition.
So now this your various vegetable now, like this one we did, so we shade for it. How much did they sell them?
500.
I see they now cheap. I be don't dear.
It's cheap.
Okay. So what about your bell peppers then?
It's expensive.
How much did they sell them now?
2,000, 2,500, 3,000 depends. One of the major factors where they affect is our business now, transportation. Because if you look at where they are coming from, it's cheaper there. But if it comes here, it's very expensive. Sure you get. So transportation is one of the factors affecting our business here.
So now, if transportation come down, now everything will be okay?
Yes, I think so. It will come down.
So some of these fruits now, like this one now, what's the nutritious value for this food?
It cleans the system and it gives blood. This is called beetroot.
So now anybody, if you find fruits, anything where you want that has to do with fruits, vegetable, this na the whole, baby.
Yes, so this na the whole. Avocado is fattening, but it's also good for the body. Okay. If you eat it continuously, it can help your system to balance some things in your body. Why this banana? This is banana. What banana helps the body also. Why this is apple?
So but for banana, they get different type of banana.
Yeah, there are different type of banana. We have native banana, and this is body particular one is Igbo banana. It's more sweeter than the native banana. It has more, and it's mainly more. It's more sugary. Some people use it for juice, but this is the particular one they use for juice and banana bread, all this kind of ice cream. This is the particular thing they use for it. Why this is watermelon? Watermelon is good for the body, right? Everybody knows that. This apple now, there are two different. We have the green one and the red one, right? The green one, it's more for people that are diabetic, that have health issues. It's good for them more. Why this red one is just sweet, like anybody, general body can eat it. Why this is also English pear. English pear it's nice and it's more active than red apple.
We've come to the end of today's edition on Market Survey here on Independent Television. Of course, I'm Stephanie Notoriwa, and I've been putting you through the market to get to understand some nutritional value of some fruits, some veggies, and also to explore the downside of the business. Okay, it's been Market Survey here on Independent Television, and I am Stephanie Notoriwa.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is an Egbete community situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
My leader.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari, yari, Oba Tope!
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
lájọ wá ó. Lájọ wá ó káyán rẹ̀ kẹrù lẹ́ ó. Ọ̀rọ̀ àkọ́kọ́ balẹ̀ tó. Ẹgbọ́n akẹ́bẹ̀rẹ̀ lájọ wá ó káyán rẹ̀ kẹrù lẹ́ ó.
Omonomba Nedo Ukwakwalopolo Ewai II, Oba of Benin, performing during the
presidential election is going to be a coronation for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and that has been stirring so much comments in Nigeria, both on the social media, electronic media, print media, you just name it. Some are saying that it could just be true, others are saying no, it just cannot happen. So it depends on the side of the talk you belong. That might just be where your hope will just lie. Now that is on one hand. Another topic also we're going to be looking at is the admonition of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and he said, look, governors, focus more on constructing good roads. Forget about so much flyovers. Because if you take a look at it right now, Nigeria is in their need of good road. And by calculation, you know, constructing flyovers is way more expensive. A flyover can just cover 2 to 3, depends, or even 4, depends on the length, breadth of the road. As I'm saying, yes, Mr. President might just be right. Others are saying, as long as the governor can just foot the bill, come on, what is there? What is there? But President, maybe I've seen so much contract, you know, flyover, and is getting so much worried, knowing fully well that Nigerians have been crying so much due to poor road network. Anyway, with me here in the studio to talk about this, he is a legal practitioner, an APC chieftain, an elder statesman, a political analyst. Join me to welcome Barrister Gentleman Amega. It's a pleasure having you on set with me this morning, Barrister.
Thank you for having me.
All right, sir.
Viewers at home, congrats, I'm here with you again today.
Yeah, and of course, the first day of the month of August. Happy New Year to all of you. All right, so very close to him, he is a clergyman, a public affairs commentator, political analyst, and activist. Join me to welcome Bishop Bright Olumese. Bishop, thank you so much for coming.
Good morning, we sing. Good morning, viewers at home. Happy New Year.
Okay, we're expecting the likes of another elder statesman, a political analyst, a legal practitioner, cool clergyman. Yes, Greg Yayi. When he comes over, definitely we'll get to hear some views and opinions. And of course, joining us virtually, he's a vibrant youth. One time, a local government council member, yes, or to precise, Harrison Ezeko. Comrade, thank you so much for joining us via Zoom. We appreciate you making our time to join us this morning.
Thank you very much. Good morning, viewers.
All right. Now, I want to start off with our elder statesman, the political analyst. Let's dive into the first topic, which was the admonition given to Nigerian governors by Mr. President. He said, governors, please, focus more on constructing good roads rather than flyover here, flyover there. And we had cases of some flyovers collapsing. Is it in the northern region or the Midwest? So it was like maybe it's just getting too much, and Mr. President is no longer thrilled or satisfied with governors always betting on construction of flyovers. Honorable, what do you have to say about
Well,
this?
thank you. I don't know, certain statements ought not to be taken by their true words. What is flyover? It's a continuation of another road.
You see, if you have ever gone to Bobahi, for example, in Benin, if you have ever been held up by the traffic there, spent 4 or 5 hours, you will know now that the flyover is very necessary in that part of Nigeria. But what are you talking about, flyover? Yes, it is to ease movement of the people of that state. Kata Bridge is still there, built for so many years. It's still there today. It doesn't stop any person who is serious-minded not to construct other roads. There are roads, everybody needs roads. In any case, it cannot determine what will happen at the state level, because it's not here to see exactly what we are passing through. You don't make one statement from Abuja and think it will be binding here. No, the situation here will be addressed by the governor who knows the problem of this place. So it's not a very serious thing to say. You see, if you don't want that, then of course set in motion. Call them for a meeting and say, look, we are giving you this money, don't go and build flyovers. And then the governors will have the opportunity to say, Mr. President, we need flyover in the X part and the other part in the country. We need flyover. That's got to solve our problem. You all say don't do it. I don't think it's a very correct thing to say. Well, President is saying that because the money flyover got is so much. But what of the human beings who are using the flyover, are using the adjoining roads? If you go to Kubahina, you see all the adjoining roads that have been neglected, that would have been forgotten for years to come, are now being reconstructed to make up for the flyover. That is the situation.
All right.
Unless, of course, we want to go back to PLO system of governance. You have PLO appointed by Mr. President to oversee what governors are doing in their own states. But we had that, and people said no, it was very backward. And so we are here now.
All right, Honorable. Now, let me get to hear from you, Bishop. Do you share his vision? Say, look, the people are the ones that can really tell if they need a flyover in their state or not, despite the fact that it gaps more money, but it's needed.
Okay, thank you again for having me. Let me draw my opinion from the body language and the season. Words sometimes can mean different things in different seasons.
Exactly.
We're going into the era of real politics. Bad routes are still too many. Instead of putting, you easily know the person, and he said, I say, why not expand this thing? Why are you putting this building? Say, Bishop, please keep that your advice. So I should go and put project in the bush where people think I'm not working. I want to put it where people can see that I'm working. So you can see that's my opinion about what I felt. Yeah. That it's an advice. Like we want to win an election. He will tell you the body language of Mr. President. Look, because he said the other day that he's going to wrestle this thing with the opposition party, because he now knew that look, there's going to be wrestling. If you ask me my opinion, from when the president was sworn in, I felt that they were just joking. But in the last few months, it's a little bit different. If I want to talk about what they've been doing, I've been very critical about them not doing anything over the time. I may be a little bit more different. Because right now, they must have gone down and look. This thing is, the awareness, the people awareness has increased. People demanding for good governance have increased. If you go to many of the, we're talking about city, go to villages and see that most of the earth roads are bad. And in quote, with the kind of money, he knows the kind of money he is pumping to them. We don't really know and all of that. So, but all the same, I feel that the governors are doing little instead of more.
Because the money is given out.
The money is given out.
All right.
That's my opinion.
Right. I'll come back to you. Let's get to hear from Harrison. Harrison, what do you feel about this admonition given to the governors by Mr. President?
Well, thank you very much. I want to say this, that the president of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, spoke a few days ago, and he made Nigerians to understand one fact.
Now we buy dollar about 2,000 to 1 almost, but we used to get dollar 200, 150. So what happened yesterday, what happened last week cannot be sufficiently supported, bearing in mind that most of the materials they use are imported. We don't produce anything in this country.
ITV, certainly the best.
Waya bota now. Ugi bota we say anyone away agimag bota. Ota omere ota nyonwa. Nle magwa kanene na. Okay ya gboso we amamufua aimerie. Uma dole ni yi yakin uni enoro o adweki una riyo so la ni adweki ere mi lopolo amamufua aimerie ibota imanadwe na ya yenede ai to kwawo wano pa ne ai to kwawe emanirewo ai to kwawe nigi ai to kwawo ba ai to kwawe ya se gbe ofin ya se gba wa ya fe we na wo do amoko ebori wa ya kwe isu ina tabi bota eniki o ri de fie o so ba ja mi ebe okun ro awe ma ni wi yoko awe ma de ka ko ko yi awe tia awe tage o ma we ya no awe ya na we no ko ko re do e we no ba we ya na we no de wo yi e ibota ma na he ya fe no mario ibota o emorede emiyoko no agba ko wa o no mario iwo ti imati eniwa o no mario so pera me so pinje me ni ma agba ko wa o no mario emedoya ta ibeka ido akugbe nokwa eno adari ho beni ya ye amamufua maye na ni wan no ma dole ni yi iwo we ami no ma oda no dole ni yi o mi ma oda manu ya gwa amamufua ki wa ye nikere inyare kere gwa inyare kere wa mi wa ye no koko gwa ero be no nwe ero na ya dole gbo ma yi no amamufua amiri eba ni agbon egbon ye ero na utana ore la otana Victor Ibisugbe obokia
baba aba ato iku ehu alauda ma ya kan mi say ma ya mama na we adu gina ni ma ota me do ni ro wa ke ni si when I free we re gare da gbe ma ya ni ma me ke na yin me no dere wi le we go gi ma e go no gbera de e go gi ma ma ye o sa ba gege ma ria oba ato iku ehu
ise ore la otana we paso kabari hunamure
iwe do no we wa be ne ga kai wa bi dan yo ofun gbo sa gba go ya ro oba atope
ise niwa zero ni ma ta de si we amamufua aniri emi na ya ka no we nu dolo da oyi emi ya uwese uwa ma no bohie we ubohie emata uwa ma no ri ra no wa eba nu ri na jawe mata wa ma no gbugbo ugbo nugbe jawe mata gbese mekena mi yuko no ma iro uwe te mata se jona
na amanfo amege all de kan o treso level ni mari mi na oni are politicians imuna ni awon amu ya awuna amufo ayero irimu ni a we e ni vote ni a e ni ladnya ya wi krose osege ni ya yewu ya se no ma mi no ya win no ya me kon mo bonya kega oni ayeri na e no mo keke ya wi do amuye no roka wani ya wina he wo se ti wina he wo tuwe ya se ti wina he o ha no re awe na eni bon na no ma mufu amieri emi petrol no wa gbagbon ya gbe se ti we ma meyi no aseti arioba yete mo ina le lo ogba na ya aye mi gbo ya wo to boy mo gba yo wa wo to boy we mi aye mi do mi o yo ogba mu yo wa eye agbon iri ase ero iri yese o sa ba ni ga mo lowo wi ma yi amamu family otenwe ibisugbe amamu family yegun ayo yi lo ka ni bunewo ekene kinakana
awe adona wuwa ya wese wa magele mufwa amiri ni wo ikobo we wi nu mwe pise fua oni ama mufwa amiri na ewi na ya ka ama mufwa amiri o wa no maru emiesi ka eniesi wodawo we ga we emiesi yoto we amwe we emiesi ka be sunu dada gbo we omi obi ye oge va wo de amegbede we me kara una be ame roba na ya gwe una mo pa ne emiesi we wu neni o ye gwe o ma yi mu gwe o sa gba de go dinu e emi no ka sunu dagbe wa ko odigba no oge va de ya na mi we amaso wa re moto e kana na la moto e moto egbo la moto egbo aba oyi yan do iwo ri ne be gere ya re park o mai ni ri se gere ha asa mo mi wo ri ni iwo no ke obuwe o gba o gani una hai ne ino uwe mu fu ani so pam inu sabo ya ha we igure pe o ti gba so ni me yere ikayo we awe igiri ilala di awupo pe Lagos road na wi je wa la moto ibi e ka de ke school di yan si yan han yan rugu moto ne ina ka mo paro da we pagbe ya mo ye ko awe ona gede pagbe na mo tuta ko gbeme ayi mu mese kiri na turi ina wa ya de wa ye school di wa de moto en ha ta do wa ya ne wa ni go na the driver I hope all of it where your money made 20 naira way I want to give you as change I don't get it you know this change na ni not to talk about without you know we yan
only no to try power
you go in ati mu na money in your body I atamawe ori pede va ina pa ina ari ogida ina la moto o wa pa na rugu moto ni ma gbera kena che ogida junction boy na wa to the moto awa opia ehwe ha de ya ni yekeni ala wa di go da o wi ha ta ni aya awo di che we carry go ala wa pa lo pa to de iye ina ni me wa hu na dia na ọmọ ko ha di me ni
oh my god
be amamu
so bo
ayi ya mi mi ami e de ni na wa age kaka yi awo be ha ta ni me ni mere ha no ma na dia amana wa ha di mere na ina we so hu do ni keke ma ye na ma mi e abi osoja wo ni ma gba agbina yi na ọmọ paro no mo agbona ri wa ọmọ pare ya si wa awo zuwo o weta ma gbo yo wa ai mu agbo yo wa yi ko duwe ku yana o give ari o ya de we agogo yo we ko ye po u ya mo so yi woto i go ni de buka e de nu adu ara e o so no bo ma so bo no fi ma ya go yi i ma ra mu fwa i ma me kina me no ma we ri gele amu fwa ama mu fwa gele ni ri o wa na we ni esi da ma e ni esi ni su nu da ya ina wa ma mu fa amere ni ma gwa na we ekina na wu ana bi sori bo no de ba ma re de ri yeke ta bo fi agbe mo oba to pe
ise anyone yai wa dare na mu fa ma mi ama mu fa amere o te me pastor Calvary ama mu fa amere ye we no e ba e yare bible e ya ta ma ama mu fa amere e ma wo no e to re do ba ibota majena
ibe do no pe o zemi na dey sin o deni mi alage huntana ama mu family ya gwe ibo ewogun anokan me odion we o kaigele ya be gwe ezo no muboro ne ivira ivije ivira we uhunaga ikwe mo ama mu family na emi nu ada gbibiere we gere akia what is so egbe sokun mege na yasini ge mu akia osaloba gi maya iye webo e na wete no ge mu akia iye ti yun ki oye oti mane Jonathan o carry oba te Nigeria ya wa election e bona te ekwe ogen itemo pa owa gani owe esagie owo omakoma ose adani ye ki amu de sagie anu pa no to yo to mu da ye o ni e o ta ona mo si ona madara na mfua o ma soa e o egbejo awa na ya mi adani e bona iwa ligi na ya mi de otie moto ni no do de reservoir na aba mi we magi obi ra ma obi ya wa ligi egbe na erio gbege grenori agberi agbe amamufua amerie eri wa no o mani media adu won ni wuyo bono ido mi e mo do e wo yu ku yo e ko no amani omo ni wuyo e ko o kan be yu ke e webo amamufua amerie mami o mana wesi ni ona mi we mi no ekwe no say e o sa do ya enu e ba gwa kan e bi no wan ba no kan me opopa na la te e jefta be bi no wan ka tai era na te gile do oyoko ga no oyoko ona meko ni iye na bi ejo pin yo ga omodin le
owe ne mata e mata we ta ni we na mo mi we no
so egbe
so pa we no e wo ma yan
rabo yiwo ki o wa we by force
rabo yiwo na mi en gbo so be ni mata na owe wo na se anima e ni mo ya mo uda e owe we ni udo mi we ito a e na we ere ebe e oro ni ma yan ya se gbo inu ka pastor inu ka ba ya se gbo yan we ni ayisin na we ya fe o wa no e ga ma bi yen owi ewo odo asin ojo wo ewo e do ni na sunu e se si lo te wo be
agbawa
e be ni na owi ewo mo wa sin wo mo do
wa yan mo
ma mo yi ni wa na e do pa mo yi ni ko te Yoruba ko te Igbo ko ta Hausa ọmọ na bi ere wo na no nya wo era ma bi era re wo ana bi we wa era wo amupari ewo we ewu no kere
ya bere
we yere ba odun we se ti su egbe
awa
igogbe were ba
o to na bere ra
awo ka mo ra we ye ba ye we se rai egbe so pa obi we iruhi oredo omiti so we egbe we ni gari owo na ana we nu wewe era mo epa so pa we amuwe ye ba ọwọ́ rẹ̀ ọwọ́ yìí yan olúwẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ sí ìyẹn wọ́n sọ ẹgbẹ́ a máa mú fún àmì ìrìyè nígbà ọmọ ìrìn àmú fún nígbà èmi sọ̀rọ̀ rẹ̀ dó ní màálù ayàgbẹ̀rẹ̀ mi èrí nígbà gbẹ̀rẹ̀ mi èrí èmi náà wọ̀ iyẹ̀kẹ́ ẹ̀mà nígbà ìmà tàníyàwó náà họ̀rọ̀ rẹ̀ wò but mama ha we eni no we nu yo sisi yeti ya mi wai nu ye o de ko de ya mi wai nu zero ya lo de fe ya ze ne abo ulapa ya ze ne ya fe ayi mu we uto mero ala o da ero my god no ye eye wo ku gbe eye wo ya wo da ya ma mu fua ami ere oru we bo ten oruwe bobi rawiye yobona unowa amamufuahi undo owano ruse useso ogwaleri ohamegbe unahira ene eyani werele nitu walo mufua umaide mufua yeye owano yewehya ugberae uweni uyobone yobonune egbeno taba oto ebizugbe umiewe ye school no rie nemo oha inania owa na do ha ni no makwede yeye amamufua amiri edolopo ibude mai unuwawe na lao na yobonegbe na emi maya wige na yafe na mewe alele e ma ma na mu gbe oyibo tawe de na yoto oba atope ise
ITV, certainly the best.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
Akinuto enue. Yago mani diagwa. Akinuto enue. Ibiago mani diagwa. Akinuto enue. Ibiago mani diagwa. Akinuto enue. Enue. Ọba la tọpẹ. Osanore. Umadogemo agbọn ẹyẹ ni àwọn ọdẹ wáyé ẹwà nọrí ọba Osanoro ọba Umadogemo agbọn ẹyẹ ni àwọn ọdẹ wáyé ẹwà lẹnu bí ẹ fàwẹ o. Wọ́n pa nìyẹ wọ́n pa ìyẹrẹ o wọ́n pa ẹnìyẹ. Tanukiwere, baba nukiwere, abuki sirioke o. Abuki sirioke ko. Amira na yoki. Ebi na ya yoku wosa yage we. Eke noku yede to okumaka. Aba jano. Bahu manjo, bahu manjo.
Boas, vamos pro pé.
ẹ̀dúnwà ọba àtọ́pẹ́. ẹ̀gbọ́n ẹ̀dúnwà ọba àtọ́pẹ́ yìí.
ITV, certainly the best.
Welcome to Viewpoint, and I'm going to say I am pretty sure you've been having a wonderful time watching ITV. And on Viewpoint, it is that program that gives us opportunity to talk about trending issues, and as the issues emerge and affect us basically as citizens. So today we're going to be talking about the 2027 general election and the influence of social media supporters, putting into consideration the rate at which different social media supporters, influencers are going about the 2027 general election. It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji.
Social media, first of all, I would say has been a major tool in the dissemination of information. When we are looking at the various social media channels like the Facebook, the YouTube, the X, which was formerly known as Twitter, and the Instagram and all that. So these have been viable platforms by which information have been divulged. Now, a lot has been ongoing. We can look at it from two aspects. Now, the first aspect is the positive use of the social media handles or social media platforms concerning the 2027 general elections. Now, for the positive effects, social media has largely helped, like I said before, in the dissemination of information. Political parties have been using it as a major tool to push for their propaganda concerning what they would do in the forthcoming general elections. Yes, candidates are now largely known, and there has been it has now gone from from the crude way of campaigning to the political parties now campaigning through their social media handles. Yes, allowing people to actually know their candidate easily and all that. So that is for the positive effect of social media. But now, if you look at the negative effect of what this social media platform has done, now there has been a rise in hate speech. Someone somewhere in Anegbete, or he will not reach the carpenter that the only thing that he knows how to do is to come out early in the morning to come to his shop and nail or go about his business. It will not reach them. So that is still a very big gap to be closed concerning it. And if you look at all these things, these people that are doing social media influencing, they might not come out the day of election. If you look at the older generations, they are the ones that have shown patience to come out and come and vote on the day of election. So social media, yes, has largely helped. Even this electronic registration of voters, yes, it has been pushed, or it has been driven by this online platform or social media handles, because I also know that some people have been able to register via these social media handles. But however, there are wrong information that are still being passed through these social media handles. Like I can say, someone came to me and said he clicked a link for the registration of himself as a voter, but clicking the link, he found out that it was a wrong link. It took him to another portal entirely, and people might fall largely for these scamming activities because of all these social media platforms and the influencers that are actually doing the election. But I would say that their effect will be minimal in the 2027 general election, because most people on social media are not the people on ground coming out to vote. Theirs is just to make money, make noise online, attack the people that they are not supporting and attack their supporters. But what I have seen largely is the amount of hate speeches being used by these social media influencers.
Well, personally, I see the social media as the strongest vehicle of information, dissemination, and enlightenment to not just voters but to the entire populace. I see the social media covering larger space than the regular print and electronic media. For people who may not get electricity to watch their televisions, for those who cannot have access to newspapers on a daily basis, but the stories and the news that they hear on social media, they are there. Even when it is old, they can always go back to it and they look at it. So I see the social media as a very, very strong and positive influence on the outcome of votes, voters' choice in decision making, and I believe that it has both its positive and its negative sides. Positive in the sense that information spread through the social media, if it is negative, has a tendency to mislead people on the negative part. Why, if it is spread positively, also have the tendency to take people to guide people towards the right direction. That being also the issue of who are the content creators. To what extent do the content creators have a knowledge of the things they are speaking about? Many of them, because the media space is free, just go to social media without an in-depth knowledge of the issues at hand, begins to talk and knowing fully well that the things you hear and things you see tend to stick more than those things that you read. So when they go out giving information that they do not have in-depth knowledge, you know that half information is worse than no information at all. So people who do not know what is going on form opinions based on those half-baked information and what happened. They now take decisions, and at the end of the day will become catastrophic. My position would be that, or my suggestion would be that social media content creators should do a lot of practical analysis of issues that they intend to talk about, they intend to circulate and promote on social media before bringing it up to the fore. Because, like I said, if the information is half-baked, if the information is wrong, the tendency is that the influence of the activity of that content creator will be misleading as against building up something. Because as it is today, we can no longer downplay the very strong influence of the social media, both in our political space, even in the business world and everything that we do. A lot of people, you see people buying things even online. The method that they see it online and the people selling the thing give some information, people trust it and buy. Only for at the end of the day, they find out that some of them are far, far different from the things that they saw on social media. Whereas, if it is the real ones too, that the information is accurate, you will find out that social media also help to sell and market products, either positively or negatively. But overall, I would say that social media content creators should be very, very in-depth as to their knowledge of the issues they want to bring to the fore before taking it to the social media, knowing fully well that when people are guided by their own opinion, if that opinion is wrong, it will lead to catastrophe. But if it is right, it will lead us towards having better decision making as it relates to whether it is elections, choice of candidates, and the things that they are trying to project. But like I said, the social media influencers must do an in-depth study. If you want to market Matuido Ekeme, for instance, do an in-depth study of Matuido Ekeme to know me to my elements and not just say things that you polish and you cannot substantiate. That tomorrow when the facts are presented at you would, inside of you have some regrets that you have misled the public because the public trusted your media platform to take a decision. So I will say some of them are very good, just like also have some of them who do not have an in-depth knowledge of the things they are talking about.
Social media is a major tool and undisputedly will play a major role in the way the 2027 general elections across the nation is going to go. But I would say social media has come to democratize politics. But then elections definitely are still won through the ballot and not through social media. But then social media will play a major role in shaping the mind, the perception of voters before the election, and will also play a major role in increasing the turnout of voters, because the social media is like a basis for discussion and digital communication even between the candidates and the voters. So supporters are already everywhere on social media promoting their preferred candidates and all that. That's exactly the role social media is going to play. But then social media helps to shaping the perception of these voters. But then one thing we must also be careful about, in as much as we all agree that social media has come to democratize the process, we also need to help so it will not be like a tool of disharmony. Everyone needs to respect the decisions of their fellow social media users. Unlike sure you see someone campaigning for one candidate, because you think that person has not done well or will not do well, you start attacking the person through personal tantrum and personal attack against that person and heat up the whole politics. Or you start using social media as a means to spread fake and unconfirmed news against one candidate in favor of another. Those are things that definitely going to affect the process wrongly. So better put, we should use it as a positive tool to encourage voters, discuss true informations and promote our preferred candidate, while also giving other persons the needed space to also promote whoever they feel is the best or preferred candidate.
The issue of social media has been existing for a very long time in the Western and advanced nation. And if you want to understand what we mean of social media, you need to understand what is communication. Communication is the definition of transmitting information from one place to another. And social media is a digital platform, tools like Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, that give opportunity for two people to communicate to thousands of people in the world. As you will know, you understand that the world itself, the statistics of the world population, is about 7.2 billion of people. So social media make it very easy for you to interact with a community of friends online. So the effect on social media on our politics in Nigeria is so very powerful. We can start an analogies of 2023 election. When this young man came into the terrain, this young, intelligent and impeccable characters man called Mr. Peter Obi, when we had this force from the internet for most of these adapted parties, strong parties on our ground, when the man joined Labour, they make it a very response definitions on the internet that we shouldn't mind him, that there are social media people, 4 or 2 or 3 people in a room. But at the end, the effect of that election last 2023 was impactful. Social media supporters, people who are online, they create a profile. And in that regard, we have people who are influencers online. What's an influencer? An influencer is somebody who has the power, the ability to control people's behavior, who has made an impact either negatively or positively. So an influencer have an impact. And in this 2027 election that is coming, social media are going to play a very integral role. And if anybody says social media are not playing impact, why? What the question you must ask yourself? Why is it that the House of Assembly, our Senate, trying to contain social media? Why are they trying to pass a law to restrict social media? they know the effect and impact. They have positive effect, you also have negative effect. But in this election, because Nigeria is striving very far in AI technology, the only people that engage social media today are these monomana generations, which 80% of them today are political representative. In this new generation, generation Gen Z, which I don't forget that the nation populations of Nigeria is about 250 million populations, and 70% populations are the youth demography, which is about 80 million population. And this 80 million population today, they are youth generation who are intellectual, who are on 24-hour internet. So it's going to have an impact on this election, very more positive impact. And all their supporters, all these people that are supporting each individual group will make an impact. If you speak to the men of these top politicians, different parties today, they have social media supporters. They part out a lot of money in order to be able to communicate information to them. If you look at the same work social media you do today, is the issue of national Nigeria, we call it NOAA, Nigeria's Rotation Agency of Nigeria. In Edo State, we have Ministry of Communication. They pass information through one of their government policies. As of today now, you don't even need anybody with your phone. You can communicate with somebody, thousands of people in abroad. So people, social media people, they already build a network community. So have 10,000 millions of followers. And people believe in them because of their characters and their impeccable character. Whatever their opinions count. So social media are going to play a vital role in this election. I'm a supporter of any candidate too in this election, although I'm not a politician. So I'm a supporter for a candidate in this election who have an impeccable character. We want a better Nigeria. And if we want a better Nigeria, we must give a support to social media, even though it can be contained. Though it has negative, it has positive impact. But the positive effect on social media in our politics is at least about 99%. So you're going to take a lot of integral part in this election. The issue around social media and political development, there are issues that we need to talk about. And honestly, it can be very, very concerning because, of course, the reality, political reality is different from social media behavior, particularly the fact that it's not regulated. Social media content are not regulated. They go there and put whatever. And sometimes, as a politician, if you are not careful, you make mistakes by way of believing what the social media is saying. If you are not popular, social media may say you are popular. And that might be very far from the reality because politics is all about grassroots. The fact that the social media is not regulated is another issue. It's an issue that is affecting the content. It's an issue that is affecting the behavior, not only of the social media practitioners, those that go there and put things there, and those that also watch, the viewers. And that is why conventional media are more reliable in terms of content because they are regulated. So I think that is the difference. In 2027, is it going to shape the social or political behavior of people? Well, they've started to teach out whatever they want to teach. It's also, you have a right to believe what they are saying or not, but you must verify every content. Otherwise, you believe what is not right. And that is why it is important and it's imperative that we rely more on the conventional media than the social media. And I think the government should begin to look at putting some measures in place to regulate content and what people put there. I have seen many times where they'll say somebody died, somebody has lost his life on social media, and you just begin to look at it. And at the end of the day, what you find is that the person will come out the next minute to say, I'm still alive. So they just go there and put whatever they like, and sometimes they put unverifiable information there, and that is the problem. Is it going to shape political behavior? Well, to some extent, because of course, social media do provide information. So in terms of informing people and telling people this is what is happening politically, that is fine. You get information from that. But it is also in terms of policy direction and in terms of program direction of political parties. Yes, you can also see that there because there are some facts that social media can also put there, and you will know that this is a fact. But one needs to be very careful when it comes to the propaganda aspect of the use of social media. Politicians do that as well. Try to discredit the other political party or try to discredit the other opponent. They put some verifiable things there. And that is also why I do support the laws that tend to shape those behaviors. All these cyber crime and all these social media crimes that affect people's integrity, that affect people's personality. So it's something that we take very seriously. And that is why I would say social media is okay, but to some extent, we need to verify information because of their unregulated nature.
Social media has become a tool that further amplify, further expose, further bring a whole lot of awareness to the public. So social media can be used either positively or negatively. And people try to equally weaponize social media for blackmail, emotional blackmail, social blackmail, and even social media has equally been used negatively this time around. Scammers, fraudulent purposes. So that is why when we are looking at social media, we look at it in two folds, either positively or negatively. And again, social media has equally been used negatively to be very critical of government, particularly government policies, government intentions, and all that. Social media ought to be used positively as a third force, acting as check and balances, particularly with regards to public institutions and government. Just like we have the three arms of government, the legislature, the executive, and of course the judiciary, acting as check and balances for the good of the public, to check abuse of power, to check totalitarianism, dictatorship, and all that. But back here in our climate, social media has eventually become a tool whereby government are unduly criticized. Even if you see the good intention the government is doing, it is the duty of social media influencers to let the public know the good side, what the government is doing for the common man in the street. Social media always should not be used as a tool to blackmail government institutions. We are not saying that when the government is not doing in line with the expectation of the people, social media influencers should not talk. They should talk. While talking, they should equally be recommending solutions, practical and viable alternative and initiative that the government should deploy in solving societal challenges. Some are just out to be very, very critical of government actions and decisions and policy. They tend not to look at the beautiful side, the impact such a particular policy will have on the people. But they will rather choose to look at the other side. So what we are saying is that social media influencers should be more rational. They should be more objective. We are not saying they should be analytical. They should be analytical. They should be critical. But they must always at all times be fair and balance their sense of judgment. If that is not what we get from social media, it therefore means that there are some social media that are influencers that are being sponsored. Look at the good work Senator Moduperola is doing in the area of security, in critical infrastructure that impact directly on the lives of our people. What are the social media doing? They want to look at the negative side. None is perfect. When they are area of commendation, commend him. Social media influencer must do well to interrogate issues they are even talking about. When you are giving live information, you must verify, you must authenticate the veracity of the information you are passing. Thank God now there's this new cyber crime law. You understand? Some even use social media to bully. You understand? Raise issues that are non-existent. But I dare say that it is the good side of the social media that will benefit more, that have lasting and enduring impact on this larger society. So my advice to social media handlers in all the various platforms, is it Twitter, X, is it Facebook, is it WhatsApp? The energies they deploy should be in the positive drive, not using your energy for negative tendencies that will take us nowhere. My appeal to social media handlers is that they should balance their information. They should balance their opinion. Be objective, be fair in your analysis of issues, so that the public in the long run will be better informed and actually know the steps to take. So for me, social media handlers, they are welcome. In any society where you don't have social media, it is not a functioning government. It is not a functioning society, because these are feedback mechanisms on how government gets information. They could act as a source of information to the government. So social media, they are equally good, but we must advise ourselves to always balance our information.
Okay. The role and power of social media can never be underestimated, and so far so good with the response from the people we actually spoke to. You can also understand that in as much as social media is a vital tool for disseminating information, it is also proper for all the social media influencers and social media supporters of a particular party or a particular candidate to make sure that whatever information they are giving out is accurate and is based on proper findings on what they dish out to the general public. And then again, we're also using this opportunity to tell people out there who use social media that in as much as you want to criticize or talk about other people, criticism is something that is part of us, and it is a welcome development. So for you to criticize and talk about other people in order to also make sure you deliver and drive home your point, you should do it based on proper information that you must have about a particular candidate and or about a particular party, and not just to come out and give a random information based on your personal observations and personal experience. It is the Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. Let's do well as social media influencers, as social media supporters, to give out accurate information. Our social media is a vital and very important tool in disseminating information. It could be on the positive side or on the negative side, but whatever information you're giving out, you must make sure that you have critically analyzed it, think about it, done a proper research to make sure that information you're giving out is accurate. Many thanks for watching. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Good day and welcome to Tech Today, your trusted technology and digital lifestyle program where we simplify technology and connect it to your everyday life. I am Lawal Momo, and today we'll be looking at something that is no longer the future, but the present we are already living in. Artificial intelligence is no longer a concept reserved for laboratories or science fiction films. It is now inside our phones, our computers, our workplace, and even in our creative tools. And while many people are still trying to understand what AI really is, it's already reshaping how the world works. So today, we are breaking it into two important parts. Part one, I will talk about the 10 AI tools that are changing the world right now. And part two, we'll share the 10 tech trends that will dominate the next 5 years. By the end of this program, you will not only understand where technology is today, you will also see where technology is heading next. Let's begin. 10 technology tools that is changing the world right now. Number one on the list is ChatGPT. Yes, a lot of us know this ChatGPT is that artificial intelligence, conversational, revolutionary, platform that we always use and all the time use at the workplace. So ChatGPT is one of the most widely used AI tools in the world today. ChatGPT is more than just a chatbot. It is a digital assistant that can help you write essays, that can reports, that can also explain complex topics in simple language, and also can generate business ideas, that can also assist programmers with their coding, and even help students study faster. So what makes ChatGPT very powerful is not just what it does, it is how naturally it communicates. For example, instead of searching endlessly on Google, users can simply just ask a question and receive structured answers in seconds. This is changing how people learn, work, and even think. A lot of us use ChatGPT. I know it's not new to you, so we're just listing them. Number two on the list is Google Gemini. Otherwise, I call it the AI integrated search. Google Gemini is pushing search into a new era. Traditionally, when you use Google, you type a question and you get a list of links. But now with Gemini, you can summarize. Gemini can help you to summarize that information instantly. You can explain topics in a conversational format, and also you can combine text and image, and it also does reasoning. For example, instead of searching for, maybe you're going on Google now, you search how does electricity works. When you can ask Google Gemini and get a full explanation broken down step by step. It is turning search engines into answer engines, so to speak. The third on the list is Microsoft Copilot, what I call AI inside the office work tools. So Microsoft Copilot is built directly into tools like Microsoft Word, Microsoft Excel, and Microsoft PowerPoint. This means artificial intelligence is no longer a separate tool. It is part of our everyday work software. For example, using Microsoft Word, it can help you to write a full report for you whilst you're using Microsoft Word. In Excel, what Copilot does, it can analyze data automatically. You can see that sometimes when you're using Excel, maybe you now highlight a particular region, Copilot will tell you, do you want me to sum this for you and give you the average? Copilot is that chatbot embedded in Microsoft Excel that's helping to do that. In PowerPoint, it can help you to build an entire presentation just by giving it a prompt. So it is reducing hours of works into bare minutes. The fourth on the list is Claude. So Claude is a deep thinking AI. So Claude is designed for deeper reasoning and longer, more thoughtful response. It's often used for research analysis. It's used for professional writing. People prefer to use Claude for writing than using ChatGPT or Gemini. It's also used to summarize long documents and make it, what makes it actually different from other different chatbots is that its ability to handle complex conversation without losing the original context. So Claude is a powerful tool that is used by professionals when dealing with large information tasks. So you see the difference. The fifth on the list is Midjourney. Midjourney is an AI image creation tool. So Midjourney allows users to turn a simple text description into a highly detailed image. So, for example, say you are, you want to, if someone is maybe types on Midjourney now, okay, give me a futuristic Lagos city at night with flying cars, and you have tall buildings and blah blah blah. So the AI chatbot will generate a realistic visual interpretation of the text you just prompted. So this is transforming graphic design, it is transforming advertising, it is transforming digital art. Even people without design skills can now create professional visuals. You can see we have some content creators, or all those persons that talk on using YouTube to create content. Those are also content creators. They now use Midjourney to also put a thumbnail on their videos, so that you can get a representation of what they are going to talk about. So Midjourney is that AI. You can prompt, say, I want you to give me an animal that has wings and also has fangs, and also just whatever you can imagine. The AI chatbot Midjourney would represent that for you. The sixth on the list is Runway AI. So Runway AI is an AI video production. Runway AI is changing filmmaking, it is changing video editing. It can generate video scenes just from a text. It can remove objects from videos. Yes, you heard me. You can tell Runway AI to remove objects from a particular video. It can also help you to enhance or edit footage automatically. People now use this to produce different kind of content. This means that small creators can now produce content that once require a full production studio. People now even use this for musical videos. You see some musical videos now, they're now AI related. Yes, it's one of those AI tools that is being used, and Runway AI is one of those tools that people now use to do short videos and short content. And it's not free. You have to buy some credits, and they are quite expensive. So it's not as if but there are some free versions where you can create short videos just to test and see how this work. I'm bringing these tools to you because you may already know them, some of you are already using them, but just to also bring you online to tell you these are the top 10 tech tools that are actually changing the world right now. Number 7 on the list is 11 Labs. So 11 Labs is a realistic AI voice. 11 Labs is that tool that helps you to create a very natural sounding human voice. It is used for dubbing movies into different languages. It's also used to create audiobooks. It's also used for voiceover for content. You're watching a video on TikTok and you see that there's a voice behind it just telling you what is describing what the content is. 11 Labs is what is being used. You have a speech, you write a speech down on a prompt, and you give it to 11 Labs to say it in a female voice, so it can sound more appealing to the female gender, or say it in a male voice, so it can appeal more appealing to people who want to listen in that particular tone. 11 Labs is what you use to do that. So what makes it powerful is how realistic this voice sound, almost indistinguishable from what humans sound like. When you hear the voice, you rarely know that it's an artificial intelligence voice you're hearing. You just think this is human just talking to you. That is why 11 Labs is among the top 10 on my list. I'm going to tell you about the next on my list, which is the 8 tech tools that is changing the world right now when it comes to tech, is Notion AI. Yes, Notion AI is a smart organization tool. I used this tool one time for a freelancing job. It helps you to organize your work and your ideas. So it can help you summarize meeting notes. It can help you to generate documents. It can help you to structure your project plans accordingly. Instead of starting from scratch, users can now build from an AI-assisted framework. Notion AI. You can search it on Google and you get to the site and you get to explore more on it. It improves the productivity for teams and individuals. I'm going to chip in one other tool right here that is not on the list. It's known as Napkin AI. Napkin AI, I use it sometimes when I want to create presentations I want to put some visuals into my presentation, my PowerPoint presentation. When you write out PowerPoint, you want to put those visuals, you want to put pictures, you want to design a particular kind of picture. I use Napkin AI. Yes, Napkin AI is very easy to use. When you just put it, you can start from scratch by typing out what you want using the prompt, or you can copy the already prompted or the text from whatever PowerPoint or document you must have created it from and put it in Napkin, and Napkin will regenerate it with different AI pictures also you can use those pictures, you can tweak the pictures however you want it. You can prompt on that pictures and say, no, don't use a white person here, use someone from this particular color, or no, don't use children here, use adults. No, I want the classroom to be this. It can be done using Napkin AI. See how it makes life easy? The 9th AI tool that we should be using is Perplexity AI. So Perplexity AI is an answer-based search engine. It is different from the traditional search engines. Instead of giving you links like Gemini does, and Google does, it gives you direct answers with sources. So it reduces the time that you spend on clicking through multiple to sing the song so well that it will be so funny. So persons out there are using it to create content for themselves and then getting some money from that content also. So Suno AI is what they use. So you can also tell Suno AI, I've used Suno AI a lot of times. I created a particular rap song, because I'm into rap, from using Suno AI, and it gave me a beautiful rap song about Africa. I told it what I want from the song, and it was quite interesting. The song is still on my YouTube. You can go check it out, but it's quite funny. I'm trying to say that you can explore and just use these tools so that when you get a job or when you get something that requires you to go and explore and maybe learn from it, you may not need to be a music producer to go and say, okay, I know how to use these tools. Rather, by learning how to use AI chat, these tools, it's just going to be easy for you to just transition yourself into it. So far we've explored 10 artificial intelligence tools that are already changing how the world works today. From writing and design to music and video creation, artificial intelligence is now deeply embedded in everyday life. But while this is happening today, the bigger transformation is still ahead of us. So when we return from this short break, we'll explore 10 tech trends that will dominate the next 5 years. Don't go nowhere, it's still Tech Today. Stay with us. Welcome back from the short break. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm going to talk about the part 2 of this program, where it's the top 10 trends that will be changing the world in the next 5 years. What do we expect to see in the area of tech in the next 5 years? One of them is AI will be everywhere. So in the next 5 years, I believe that AI will not be a separate tool anymore. It will be built into everything, whether it's your phone, whether it is your car, whether it's our school system or the banking system. AI will become invisible, but everywhere, all right? I am already seeing this happen in some countries right now where AI is now used in all of these sectors I just mentioned, whether it's a bank, your phone. We now have, this artificial intelligence embedded into them. Number 2 is the next 5 years, we are expected to see cashless economy expansion. Digital platforms will continue replacing physical cash in many countries, and increasingly in Nigeria, transactions will become fully digital. Even small roadside businesses will adopt to mobile payments. It's already happening with our points of sales. Now in every corner where you go, people want to do business digitally. They want to say, pay into my account, pay into my point of sale, using point of sale system rather than just give me cash. People would rather just say, okay, just put it, where's your ATM, and let's just make this work. And it works very easily. It's no longer cash all the time, but it's not integrated everywhere. Maybe in the future we may not start seeing bus drivers or taxi drivers going around with their own POS machine. We don't know, but then this is what we are expecting to happen in the future. Number 3 is we would expect to see smart homes becoming normal. Yes, we know smart homes, it's only restricted to some persons now in Lagos or Abuja, but we are expected to see that in the next 5 years, smart home will start automating daily tasks. Smart home, that's what they do actually. Smart home help you you can just tell your smart home to turn on the light or turn off the light, and it does it automatically. Your security system will be learning the behavior of your surroundings. Your appliances will be responding to your voice command. Smart home will now begin. When you're using smart home, it's like your home now beginning to think. You will just walk into your house and you just tell your lights to turn off and the desk turn off. When it observes that the cool room is too cold, the air conditioner will turn off by itself. By itself, automation also works in smart home. When you now see your vacuum cleaner just goes around at a particular time period. Even when you're not at home, it does the cleaning in the house and it works and it packs itself by itself. You don't need to come and operate it. You have cameras, you have security system that is checking around enabled for you and giving you reports in real time on your mobile phone. That is smart home in reality. So we're looking at, in the next 5 years, we're going to be seeing smart home almost everywhere, okay? Next, we envision to see on the list is the rise of robotics. You know, robots will expand beyond what they're having in the factories right now. We'll see robots in healthcare, we'll see robots in delivery system, we'll see robots in agriculture. This will assist humans in physical tasks, not just the digital ones. Currently, there's a video I saw recently about in China where we have robots and even robots and drones delivering packages to people, the end users. We now have robots in the streets and you can interact with them and they talk to you back and they now do tasks for you. You can tell them to dance and they would dance. Yeah, there was a video I saw recently where in China, currently now, this is 2026, robots are now on the street literally, although people are supervising them from afar because they don't want people to, take them away and all of that. But then this is already happening and they have cameras and all of that embedded in them so they can see you, and when you talk to them, they now operate as you want them to do so. So we're envisioning that in the next 5 years, robots will be everywhere. So open your eyes and be expectant of that, because we always see that in movies, but now we are seeing that happening in our everyday life. Next is we have AR and VR expansion. Now, AR means augmented reality. VR means virtual reality. I'm going to pause and just explain what the two mean. Augmented reality is the difference between AR and VR for short is that for AR, you can maybe wear a Google Glass now and you'll be able to see some things that will be, like the word said, augmented reality. They'll put some objects in your reality. You can still see your surroundings, but then you'll not be seeing things that are not actually there. So you're not cut short from what is happening in real life. But for VR, virtual reality, where you wear AirPod on your ears or a headphone also on your ear, is to cover you from what is happening in reality, and then it gives you a virtual world. Maybe you may now see that you're in a treadmill, or you see that you are in a roller coaster and there are snakes everywhere, and so on and so forth. That is virtual reality. So augmented reality happens in real life. People use it, and VR people use it also. AR people use it now with the Google Glass, Google Lens. You have Google Lens, and then it tells you things. You move around, and it just starts writing things out for you and telling you this is what this is, and this is what you can now change what your reality is. That does not cut you short from what you are seeing in real life. So you see the difference. So we are envisioning that in the next 5 years, reality will transform education. In education, we are seeing we're going to have more virtual classrooms, while in gaming, we are seeing an immersive experience. We're also seeing that trainings will be, we'll have simulations for trainings for professionals. We're already seeing it now. People will be doing trainings and you just see something just pop up from a machine. Yes, that is an augmented reality there. So learning will become more and more interactive than ever. Next, we would experience in the next 5 years, what we hope to experience is cybersecurity becoming critical. My brothers, my sisters out there, my tech enthusiasts out there that are into cybersecurity, it's a good way to enrich yourself in the future, because as more systems go online, hacking risks increases. Cybersecurity will become one of the most important global careers. That's what we're envisioning. It's not easy. Governments and companies will invest heavily in protecting their system. They want to protect their system. So if you're doing a course on cybersecurity, or you intend to do a course on cybersecurity, it is not a lost cause, so to speak. It's actually the right way to go, because this will now become the job. The demand for this job will increase exponentially in the next few years, because everything will be remote, everything will be online, everything will be more automated, and now you now need some persons to protect you from hackers, to protect you from all those things that may damage your own system. So cybersecurity, we are seeing that it's going to become more rampant. The job will also become more searched for, or more catered for. Another aspect that we are on that trend that we are hoping that will evolve in the next 5 years is remote work. Remote work is where persons stay in the comfort of their home or anywhere, maybe in an office or an enclosed space, and they work without actually physically being where the office or the company may be. So remote work will continue to expand. Companies will hire talent globally without physical offices. This would change how people view careers and location. Already we have remote work up and down. We have many persons, working remotely from their homes at their comfort zone, and they deliver this job and they get paid in real time per hour or as the case may be. So this, we are seeing that in the next 5 years, this will become so rampant. Yeah. Another area is the digital identity system. We are envisioning that your identity will become fully digital. Whether it's your banking access, whether it's your government service, whether it's the travel documents that you now currently have, everything will be linked to a secure digital identity system. It's already happening. We're already envisioning it, that it will happen, to now become more in 5 years from now. Another area to look at, ninth area to look at from this top 10 trends that we're talking about is AI in education. We're envisioning that schools will integrate artificial intelligence into teaching. They will personalize learning path, and also have automated grading system. We'll have some virtual tutors, no longer having physical tutors around. People that will teach you virtually, and also education will become more customized to each student. That's our vision. Last but not least, we are envisioning that we'll have an hyper-personalized technology. Now, we are envisioning that in the future, 5 years from now, technology will adapt to individuals, as we already have with AI chatbots. We'll now have more personalized news feed. We already have that with TikTok, when you now have For You page, and the algorithm now works with whatever you like, and they now use that to feed you with the content you love. We are envisioning that we have adaptive applications. We're envisioning that in the next 5 years we'll have smart recommendations, and every user experience will become unique. So as we close today's edition of Tech Today, one thing is clear. We are living through the fastest technological transformation in human history. So from AI tools that are already reshaping our daily lives to future trends that will continue to redefine how we live, how we work, and how we connect. The world is evolving faster than ever before. But the real question is not what technology will become. The real question I'm going to ask you out there is, what will we become with technology? Because in the end, technology does not replace humans. It only amplifies human choices. Thank you for joining me on the program Tech Today. It's always a delight having to sit here and inform you, and also educate, and also learn from one of the beautiful things that's happening in the world of technology. I am Lawal Momo, and join us again next week for another interesting episode of this program. Until then, I say you should always stay informed, stay curious, and stay ahead of the future. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Uge Mobile Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Mobile Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari, yari, Ọba Tope! Yari,
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
ITV, certainly the best.
Viewers, once again we welcome you to Message of Islam, reaching you from Independent Television. Inshallah, today we have another relevant topic to look at. I have your uncle Al-Aji Al-Amin Alao. Today, inshallah, we are looking at the topic, position of Islam on intoxicants. To take this vital topic, I have with me in the studio this evening Al-Aji Ustaz Arun Humar. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the program.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Thank you for having me.
And we also have in the studio this evening Malam Nuruddin Asunuki. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the program.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you for having me.
Alhamdulillah. Now, intoxicants. What is the position of Islam on intoxicants? Well, let's start with the definition. When we talk of intoxicants, I'm starting with you, Malam Nuruddin Asunuki. What are we looking at? Talk of intoxicants.
Intoxicant is that substance that when an individual takes it, it comes in contact with your reasoning process, it alters it, it makes it difficult for you to be able to coordinate. In other words, is that which makes you act differently from the way you ordinarily would have acted if you were not under the influence of that substance.
Thank you very much. Intoxicants. Now, Alhaji Ustaz Harun Umar. Some do argue that the Quran does not totally condemn intoxicants. Now what Allah only said is that when you want to pray, do not drink until you can grasp the meaning of your words. And elsewhere Allah says there are benefits in intoxicants and you have disadvantages which outweigh the benefits. So what is the position of Islam on intoxicants before we proceed?
Alhamdulillah. As-salatu was-salam ala rasulihil kareem wa ba'd. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Our esteemed viewers out there, we greet you with the best form of greeting, with the peace and blessings of Allah be with you. Intoxicant, the Arabic equivalent is khamr, as clearly stated in the glorious Quran and the Sunnah, that is the prophetic statements, actions and silent approvals of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Now, by way of summary, you mentioned that some people argue that the Quran says it is only when you want to observe Salah that you don't take it, or when one is under the influence of intoxicant, he or she should not observe Salat. That's the ritual prayers. And you mentioned too that the Quran talks about advantages and disadvantages of intoxicants. So on the strength of those Quranic verses, some individuals argue, though erroneously, that yes, there is provision for the intake of intoxicants, probably in a moderate form. However, Allah Tabaraka wa Ta'ala, the creator of the universe, who knows how man operates, and there is what we call gradualism. You know, the Quran was revealed over a period of 23 years approximately. Part of the problems the Arab had is that they were neck deep into the intake of intoxicant, particularly alcoholic drinks. So because they were neck deep into this act, and if the revelation were automatic, stop drinking instantaneously, it would have been very difficult for them to stop that particular act. So the revelations came in piecemeal, that is progressive gradualism. The first one was, oh, if you are under the influence of intoxicants, don't come near to prayers. And then they had to now, regulate how they take it. And the Quran also talks about having some advantages and disadvantages. And finally, in Quran chapter 5, verse 90, when the revelation came, saying, "O you who have believed, Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu, innamal khamru wal maisir wal ansab wal azlam rijsun min amali shaitan fajtanibuhu la'allakum tuflihun." So at that material time, some of the Arabs had already on their own, based on the first two revelations, stopped the idea of taking intoxicants. So it is erroneous for...
They have not translated the Quran chapter 5 verse 90.
Beautiful. So Allah says, "O you who have believed." Allah mentioned four things there. "O you who have believed." Said, "Innamal khamru." Surely the intake of intoxicant, wal maisir, and gambling of any form, and then the making, slaughtering of animals, idolatry. You slaughter an animal, you take it to the altar in order to worship idols or to accord respects that they do not deserve, or kind of a honor that should be given to Allah alone. And divination, Allah is saying these 4 things, they are forbidden, they are the handiwork of the devil. Fajitanibuhu, abstain from all of them if indeed you want to be successful both in this life and the hereafter.
Thank you very much. Viewers, if you are just joining us, we are looking at the topic, position of Islam on intoxicants. I'm coming to you again, Malam Nuruddin Asunobi. It is discovered that under the influence of intoxicants, some people have the tendency and indeed committed some heinous crimes and atrocities which ordinarily they wouldn't have committed. Now they have quoted for us Quran chapter 5 verse 90, where Allah condemns intoxicants. Position of Islam on intoxicants. In our country today, it is not forbidden to take intoxicants. Can you please let us know the benefit of restricting consumption of intoxicants?
Well, statistics have pointed to the fact that for every 10 crimes that are committed, heinous crimes that are committed in this country, those who are the violators who commit this crime will first seek to acquire what you refer to as Dutch courage. Dutch courage will mean that which enables them to do what they will ordinarily not be able to do. And what drives this, of course, is the intake of alcohol. When the military or police are able to overrun those persons who are into crime, including those who kidnap, which of course explains why we say for those who are involved in kidnapping, they have sequestered themselves ab initio from the religion of Islam. Because when you carry out a raid and some persons too have been apprehended, what is it that they do? They supply weapons in the same volume as they supply hard drugs. They now are able, once they come under the influence of these hard drugs, they become barbarians. Their capacity for barbarity becomes legion, inexplicable. And that is what they ordinarily will not be able to do. Mercy vanishes. They become increasingly fiendish. They are evil. They derive this from the influence of the drugs that they take. Otherwise, how do you, for example, would explain that some individual would have taken into captivity a lady who is heavily pregnant? Whether it was due for her to deliver or it was fear-induced delivery, she has a baby. And this baby begins to act like it is natural, seeking attention, and will cry like every newborn baby will cry. And this individual will feel disturbed. You know, they just cannot reconcile themselves with the audacity of such a baby to disturb the equanimity of the minds of this individual, which quite a number of them no longer has. And so you pick that kind of baby and throw into an ant-hill. You can begin to imagine how excruciating the pains. But the drugs have known their feelings. They no longer have capacity for compassion. So it would have been much better if we were to succeed in dealing with the issue. I mean, we find the courage. Quite a number of persons have argued, oh, you say no to alcoholism, for example, and yet the money from VAT, you participate in the sharing. And we ask the question, what is the money of VAT? You need to do a holistic analysis. So if you, for example, say what was gotten from alcohol was X trillion, then let us find out what was the corresponding amount of money that was expended in fighting insecurity, and by how much this alcohol that had given us trillions in terms of VAT had contributed to the issue of insecurity. And again, how does the issue of the alcohol business operated to narrow the capacity that we are to deal with the issue of food security? Because if I am a farmer today, the natural tendency is to maximize profit. And so I would rather say to the breweries, my maize, my millet, which go into the production of alcohol that is deleterious, it's not healthy in the least, regardless of what the position of Islam says. Medically, it has been established, whether it is liver cirrhosis, whether it is a kidney problem and all that, they all are traceable to the issue of alcohol, in addition to the serious threat of food security. If I took PAP, for example, it has capacity for nourishing. If all of this were used, for example, for dairy products, you use them to produce feed for our animals, our birds and all that, we become much more healthy, because good food, of course, will. And that will again reduce the loss of man hour. It will reduce what is spent on medication and stuff like that. So you find that the quantum of the benefit arising from you giving outright ban to the consumption of alcohol pays into insignificance whatever you think is the gain, which is so smidgen you get from what you refer to as the VAT derivable from the sales of alcohol.
Whatever Allah has condemned, if you try to justify it, of course, you are toiling with the law of your maker, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, who is the wisest. Now coming to you again, Ustaz Harun Umar, we have the slogan, if you drink, do not drive. If you drive, do not drink. Is that not hypocrisy? In the country where consumption of intoxicants is not completely outlawed. Then let's look at the relationship between intoxicants and insecurity, which Malam Masunugi has started highlighting.
Well, Alhamdulillah, from his analysis, a lot of things are derivable. Allah says, إِنَّمَا يُرِيدُ الشَّيْطَانُ أَن يُوقِعَ بَيْنَكُمُ الْعَدَاوَةَ وَالْبَغْضَاءَ وَيَصُدَّكُمْ عَنْ ذِكْرِ اللَّهِ وَعَنِ الصَّلَاةِ فَهَلْ أَنْتُمْ مُنْتَهُونَ. Firstly, Allah said that it is the handiwork of the devil, Satan, those who luxuriate, who take pride in the intake of intoxicants, whether in the solid form, in the gaseous form, in the liquid form, whether it was injected, whether it was sniffed, whether in large quantity or in small quantity. Allah is saying what you are embarking on, what you are doing, is the handiwork of the devil, Shaitan. And Allah tells us clearly that Shaitan and his henchmen, they are your enemies. فَاتَّخِذُوهُ عَدُوًّا. Therefore take the devil as your enemy. And he went further to tell us the spiritual implication of the intake of intoxicants. It will turn you away from dhikrullah, the remembrance of Allah. It will turn you away from the observance of salat. It will create family crisis. And then he now posed the question, a rhetorical one for that matter. Would you therefore not abstain from the intake of intoxicants? Now we are seeing the effects. They are viral. They are very destructive. Of course, the relationship between the intakes of intoxicants and crime and criminality is directly proportional. The implication, therefore, is that if we are able to cut the supply chain of intoxicants to a very large extent, crime and criminality will be reduced in the society. And that's why in the Sharia, you have stiff measures on how to deal with people who engage in this kind of businesses. If you look at some of the Arab nations, you are caught with some of these dangerous drugs, cocaine, heroin, and what have you. More often than not, by the time the panel of judges look into the merits of the case, it could be life, imprisonment or death sentence, because the effect, the intake,
overspeeding, intoxicants?
Well, like we have observed, you see, our society is one that regals in knavery. Someone tells you, if you are drunk, do not drive. If you must drive, do not drink. A latitude or a window of opportunity is provided. And how do you determine, for example, at what point does Mr. A become drunk? At what point does Mr. B? A number of the fatalities that we have had are a consequence of people not being able to control themselves anymore because they came under the influence. I went to Makurdi some couple of years ago, and there was this story that was being told in a park. They were talking about a particular driver who got cashiered as a consequence of what had happened. They said he went to a lady who sells food, quote and unquote, and asked for the specific whatever food he wanted. And so he took it and came to the boss and said, hey, the vehicle is full, we are going to Benin. Nobody was inside there, and he entered. He started clearing everything on his path. At the checkpoint, the military were stopping, he continued. They fired the tire, vehicle fell. It was about the third or fourth day he gained consciousness. Not as a consequence of the vehicle somersaulting and all that. He was completely in a different world. He just didn't know. That was because he took whatever it was he took. And when you want to destroy society, do not again, if you were to do a peregrination into history, you find out that when they wanted to destroy those who had helped to build the American society, the black Americans, what was it that you did? It was to make the intake of drug endemic among the black population. And so by the time they took drugs, you whittle down or completely eliminate the capacity they had for competitiveness. And so crime fructified in the community of the blacks. And so they became useless. They were no longer purposeful. They were no longer purposeful. And so you can see the connection. In the Oyo forest, they have found what is happening there. In the northeast, you find truckloads of all of these hard substances are taken there. Because regardless of what you say you have, the core resource that any nation has is the human resource. And so when the texture of their humanity is depleted, you just begin to count number. And so when they take drugs, they are completely otious, irrelevant to the scheme of things. Then they become subservient. And so what drug does to the man who takes it is that it robs you of your dignity and dons you in the wrapper of coloniality, which enables you to become manipulatable by those who ultimately would manipulate you for their own good. So society will honestly not do well when you do not find the hardihood, the intrepidity to say, hey, this is an act of criminality. It doesn't matter what we think is the benefit, because it's so insignificant when you compare it to the damage that it does that is irreparable. And so the question of when you drink, for example, relating it a number without alcohol, the road crashes can be reduced by 80-90+%.
Without alcohol, road crashes can be reduced drastically. When you've taken intoxicants, which is a depressant, for example, like a heroin or alcohol, even if you are running at 200 kilometers per hour, it's as if you are making normal speed of 100 kilometers per hour. Because the body system is slow. And that's why you see them, the way they talk, I will get home. So everything is slow. So for everything to be normal, it has to be over speeding. I'm coming to you now. Let's look at the economy and the individual pockets. An officer told of a lady who at a particular time in the past had up to 30 million naira in her account and 2 mighty houses. And a few years later, she sold the 2 houses, the account was empty on the basis of drugs. Now let's look at this area. Intoxicants, drugs.
Well, the Quran or the Sharia is so clear on this matter. The economic effects, the social effects, the moral effect, the spiritual, and so on and so forth. And the truth is, when one becomes addicted to the intake of these hard drugs, whatever the person may have amassed by way of wealth, properties, the person may end up selling them in order to keep on. And once the source of the finance is no longer forthcoming, the person may, end up searching for other means that could be criminal in order to sustain, to maintain that addiction.
So back to crime again.
Back to crime again. And that's why parents, the school, government, stakeholders, we all have critical role to play. And this hypocritical approach to the issue of fighting crime and criminality must stop. No government can effectively fight crime and criminality without tackling head-on the issue of intoxicants in whatever form. Like the issue of road crashes you mentioned. I remember I read the report recently talking about the core causes, the vehicular factor, road factor, human factor. Under the human factor, over almost 95%, they still traced it back to the issue of intoxicants. So I think it is something we have to take very seriously, not lip services, if indeed we want our society to succeed.
Malam Osologe, can you please, let's look at Saudi Arabia, one of the countries that does not tolerate consumption of intoxicants. Let's look at the rate of crime and security in Saudi compared to Nigeria.
Well, if there are crimes in Saudi, you can be sure that we are the ones perpetrating them there. We are the ones, because we smuggle these drugs there, and when we take them, we want to act as if we were. In Saudi, you could move any hour of the day. You could keep the engine of your car running. The only thing you are likely to suffer is the fuel that you are wasting.
No kidnapping.
Who is coming to kidnap you? To do what with? Absolutely, that will not happen. In Saudi Arabia, you could have this place as where you sell foreign currency. And it's time for prayer. All you need to do is put a table in between to signify that nobody is inside. When you close for the day, you are not looking for boxes to put the whatever. You just leave them in a way that if anybody enters, it takes away. No difficulty in taking. And you return, nothing is taken. Because it's a society where people have not had their feelings numbed by this whatever drug. So it does happen. And in Nigeria, like you said, doing a comparison, if you live in some part of Benin, particularly this axis, when you go to work, you pray and hope that when you return, you will meet pockets of those you find doing POS. Mm-hmm. You see the small kiosk, and the person there is hanging a small bag. Inside the bag are drugs. The POS is a camouflage. It is intended to delude people. But what they sell is drug. And the boys who do this go there.
So that even the hearer will not know what they are talking about. And this is likewise tradition that different is given to intoxicants in order to deceive themselves so that they don't know what they are talking about. Criminality is on the increase. Economic crimes on the increase. Let's advise the viewers as we round up quickly.
Well, a word of advice is that we should go back to our Maker, Allah Tabaraka wa Ta'ala, the one who creates us. Let us act by his instruction. Whatever he prohibits us, let us abstain. Whatever he instructs us to do, let us do it. If we do that, we'll have a peaceful, a healthy, and indeed a progressive society.
If you drink and you pray, what happens to your prayer?
Well, when you drink and pray, it doesn't count. Of course, the prayer is unacceptable, is hanging, it's like you dissipating your time. The summary, of course, is that whereas that prayer was to dignify you, intoxicant debases you.
Is there punishment for consumers on Judgment Day hereafter?
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely.
Viewers, this much we can take today. Position of Islam on intoxicants. Islam has zero tolerance for intoxicants. So if you claim to be a Muslim and you consume intoxicants, know that you are not a practicing Muslim. We should try to abstain from whatever can cause harm to us as individuals and to the society in general. Thanks for coming. Al-Haji Ustaz Arun Umar, Malam Muruddin Al-Sunuge, and the mayor uncle Al-Haji Al-Amin Al-Viewers. Let us keep away from intoxicants. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
ITV, certainly the best.
Africa is a great continent with diverse cultural heritage that made the continent unique, popular, and home to many. For instance, in Guinea, women played active role in masquerade dance, as the women dance around the women in an appropriate manner that creates fun and happiness in the community. This dance is closely connected with the traditional rhythms and music of the people of Guinea. This is the beauty of the masquerade dance. In African societies, dance, songs, and music facilitates and promote social values. The celebration of special events are major milestones. The performances of oral history and spiritual experiences involve masquerade dance performance as seen in all African societies to the delight of the people, as it increased joy and love among the inhabitants of the societies. Masquerade in African societies help to regulate social administration, social norms, and order, and create cultural values. A move round African communities reveal one unique thing, that is, African dance uses concept of polo rhythm and total body movement. The African dances are similar and almost the same, and they often use collective activity to perform in large groups, with significant interactions between the dancers and the onlookers. In Africa, traditional dances are collectively expressing the values and desires of the community. Although dances may seem spontaneous, they are usually choreographed. The dances are degenerate by sex, where gender roles play important role.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ladies and gentlemen, what we are seeing on the stage is the total cultural princess command. On the other side, we have the Gymnastic boys. Gymnastic boys, we don't know what we want to do now. We are reading upstairs. We are at the first floor. We don't know what we are going to do with the second floor.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Certainly the best.
A society where there is no law and order is a chaotic one. Now, Africa, we are not known to be a chaotic people. We believe in doing things the right way. And one of the things that make us unique is the fact that everything we do is based on laid down rules and regulations, laid down procedures. And that's how I'd like to say welcome to yet another amazing episode of Flipside on Independent Television, reaching you live from the city of Benin. Now, for starters, Flipside is a unique show that tends to pinpoint certain pressing issues in the society, and of course try to put a different perspective to them. All right, which is why it's called Flipside, a different perspective to popular issues. My name is Harry Igboje, and of course it's my pleasure to have you join me on this episode of the show. Now, today we're going to be having a really interesting conversation, and it's something that has to do with morals in our society. Now, like I said earlier, Africa is not just any other society. Okay, in Africa we have laid down rules and regulations. We have laid down procedures of doing things. Okay, and one of the things that Africa is known for is its moral standards. Okay, so today we're taking a look at upholding moral values in a liberal society. All right, Nigeria is actually one of the biggest, or should I say, the most populous nations in Africa. All right, it is the most populous nation in Africa and one of the most populous nations in the world. But you see, one of the things that I believe we are grappling with at the moment is, a dilemma between upholding our African values and, of course, dealing with the incursion of Western values in our society. So how do we balance both? How do we remain an African society, while managing the influence of the West? Well, that's basically what we're going to be trying to make sense of today. And to do this with me are two of my guests. But before I introduce my guests, we have to go on this very important break. Please stay tuned. All right, welcome back. And just like I said before we went on that break, today we're taking a look at upholding moral values in a liberal society. And of course, to do this with me, to try to unravel this subject with me, are two amazing people. Of course, the two of them have actually been scarce. They've been away for quite a while, and it's good to have them back on the show. To my far left is someone who happens to be an educationist and, of course, a public affairs analyst. He goes by the name of Mr. Oladele Ogundele. It's good to have you on the show, sir.
Thank you for having me once again. Good afternoon, viewers.
All right, welcome on board. And of course, seated next to him, and of course, blessed is she amongst men. She goes by the name of Abigail Ayobahi. Abigail is actually a teen coach, a marriage counselor, and of course, a public affairs analyst. Welcome on board, Abigail.
Thank you. Good afternoon, viewers.
Good afternoon. All right, so let's set the ball rolling. Quite a lot to talk about. Let's begin. A liberal society. How would you define the liberal society? Because I guess the opposite of liberal is conservative, okay? And Africa is supposed to be a conservative society, but it seems like there is a huge influence of the West on us as Africans. So how would you define the liberal society? Let me begin with you, Mr. Dele.
Okay, thank you very much. When we say a society is liberal, we're talking about a society where there's so much freedom of speech, freedom of expression, freedom of opinions, and just as the word goes, just giving people the opportunity or the freedom to do whatever they want to do. And over here, I think we can say, but we can't say like the Western world that Nigeria is a liberal society. To me, there is the advantage and there is disadvantage.
Okay.
Yes, because where there is so much constraint, you bottleneck people's opinion and ideas. And when you do that, you can have anarchy. Because when people are not, especially in a society where there is so much autocracy and authoritarian leadership from home, cut across, so there is need for liberality. However, there is still need for constraint or conservative of some level of those that opportunity, because you can have a situation where there's no moderation, there's no constraint, there's no control, and people just go wild and become detrimental to the general well-being of the society. Of course, yes.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Dele. That was a good start to the conversation. Now, Abigail, a conservative society is what Africa is known to be, or was known to be prior to civilization, would you still consider, first of all, what's your idea of a liberal society, and would you still consider Africa a conservative society?
Okay. Africa as a continent, not
Yes.
just Nigeria.
No, not just Nigeria.
Okay.
Of course, you know that anything that gets to Nigeria is like, Nigeria is the
Nigeria is Africa, Nigeria. Almost so Africa is Nigeria, Nigeria is Africa.
Populous black nation.
Absolutely.
As Nigeria. Okay, first of all, looking at the term liberalism, when you say liberalism, it has to do with freedom, embracing individual rights, diversity, and tolerance, being free to express yourself, your views, your opinions. Now, I would say that Nigeria is not, though Nigeria is not a fully liberal society. But we have over the years, we have tilted towards liberalism because times are changing and a whole lot. Even if some people don't want to agree, there's a whole lot of changes that some people don't even know. Maybe as a result of modernization, the influence of social media, like even amongst our young ones, there are some things that we, maybe the millennials and maybe other generations before us, they might not really be aware of. But if you look at the Gen Zs, the younger generation, they are more aware, they are more in tune with what is happening globally. So I would say a lot of changes has occurred, and Nigeria is no longer, or Africa as a continent is no longer fully as conservative as it used to be. There are some moral values that we used to uphold as a society, yes, that are kind of gradually going away. You know, okay, I think recently one of my friend was telling me that, okay, she's a teacher abroad. She said that she realized that you don't greet people. You just look at you just see somebody that is older than you and you just greet the person, good morning, sir. Like, it's not a normal thing over there. I think
it was the legendary Bright Chimeze that once sang about it, that in Africa we don't just say good morning and walk away.
Yes.
That we take our time to inquire about the person's well-being, the family, and the rest of them.
Yes. So she said that she realized that even the students, the teachers are the ones that greet them first. That there are some teachers that will just walk into the class, they will greet the student first. But she said she made it a kind of a point of duty that whenever she sees, because over here in Africa we think it's the younger ones that should be the first to greet. So she said she started greeting the children. Then over time, when they see her, they will greet her first. That she realized that they don't greet others like that, the way they greet her, because it's not something that they emphasize on
so
over there.
I guess she taught them by example.
By example. So because she wanted that, she had to kind of teach by emulation. That's teach by example. So I would say that liberalism, like Mr. Dele said, it has its advantage and it has its own disadvantage, because we are coming from a kind of a society that used to be very conservative. Like, there are some things that people might be doing those things in the time past, but they don't say it publicly out of shame. But you realize that in today's society,
people are now expressive about things.
They are dirty linen outside, and nobody frown. In fact, it's not becoming like there are some things that are now normalized. So like nobody frown at it.
Would you consider that an advantage or a disadvantage?
To some, depends on the type of value.
It depends on the individual.
Yes, it depends on that particular behavior. To some, it might be an advantage, but to some, it might be a disadvantage. But I would say that liberalism is an advantage because it allows individuals to exercise their rights, gives them freedom to be who they want to be, as long as whatever they are doing is not infringing on the right of another person. They are not causing harm to another person. But the problem is that too much emphasis on individual freedom can weaken shared moral values.
Pretty interesting. Now, every time the issue of morality comes up, people tend to want to argue that morality is relative, that morality is what you define it to be, that in certain societies what you call morals are probably considered not to be a big deal. For example, you just mentioned that in Africa it is normal and natural for a young person to greet an elderly person. Here it is considered a mark of respect, right? But in the West, it's a different ballgame entirely. Another example is, the way we address people here in, Africa. You don't address an elder by their name.
Yes.
But I think it's a norm in the West, you know, to address an elder by their name, and they don't see it as a big deal. Okay, now I would like you to define morals in the light of what I've just said. How would you define morals if you were asked to define morals, Mr. Daly?
Okay, morality or moral values are those values that first respect the opinions of others, respect others, also of great value to society, that contribute positively to society.
Okay.
Now, there is a way that moralism gets to, that it becomes immoral.
Oh, really?
Yes.
So morality can become immoral?
Yes.
Interesting.
You know, we talked about freedom of opinion, freedom of
expression.
I'm free. And you're free. You see, we are human. And we need constraint. We need some level of discipline and restrictions.
Okay.
We all need it. Now, when that restriction is self-determined, we call it self-discipline.
Okay.
When it is now from external, we just call it maybe discipline from authority or from our parents.
All right, hold that thought, Mr. Daly, because I can see that you have a whole lot to say in that regard. Well, in case you just joined us, it's still Flipside on Independent Television, and we're taking a look at upholding moral values in a liberal society. The program continues right after this break. Please stay tuned. Yes, it's great to have you back. It's still Flipside on Independent Television. Now, Mr. Daly, before we went on that break, you were attempting a definition of morality.
Thank you very much. Like I was saying, it's when you self-discipline yourself or self-constrain yourself from this, because we are human, and there is possibility of losing. There's possibility of, it's my life. This is what I want to do.
Yeah.
It's not your life. It's there. So as such, when you self-impose on principle to curtail those things because of yourself, your future, and if possible, you're somebody that believes in eternity, God of eternity, or also because of the society, call it self-discipline. But when this, you get losing up, that those things coming from you becomes disadvantage or infringing in the rights of others, causing a societal issue, then the authority, could be parent, could be authority of government, we have to now impose some kind of
agents of discipline.
Yes, of discipline. And as such, you can't say you can't say this is wrong, because you are so for the fact that we are all human, and as a social being there is this possibility of this, we have to ensure that that morality is curtailed, so that the liberal freedom we have, opinion, whatever, it will be curtailed. Another thing I want to say, like I mentioned before, that morality can become immoral. You know, we have places where people tell us that it's my life, and because it's my life, it's even my body. I can use it to do whatever. Today we get to a stage where people can plant camera and say it's my body, and expose it as it's mine. And because you are in a place where there is liberality, there is you have that you are making the liberality, the opinion, the self what do they call it, rights to whatever. You are making it becoming immoral. So as such, if we talk about morality, it has some level of things that will curtail it, that will discipline, either from yourself or from others. The last thing I will submit is this. Now, if you discover that when you are exhibiting this character of opinion, of rights, of freedom, if you see that it's affecting others, in fact, the Bible told us that even when it is right,
because it's affecting the minds of others.
Okay.
You can be cause of others. That's where considering the society, considering your neighbor about, because of others, you see that it's affecting them.
In other words, we must have a communal mindset.
Yes, the mindset of the concern of the generality of the community, your family, your children. Things I can't do, even if it's my right, because my children, because people I live.
It will be beneficial.
Even it will be beneficial, and it's also right.
Okay.
It's even my right.
You're right. Okay.
You understand? That's what Bible says. So if you look at it, you will now discover that this brother you are saying, it's not really. It has a point where it should be contained.
Okay.
It should be guided so that it produces positive effects on others.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Mr. Dele. Now, Abigail, do you think a society can truly be free without shared moral standards?
Okay, if a society can truly be free
without shared moral standards.
Shared moral standard. First, I would like to say morality is very important in a society, because you know, when there are no moral standard in a society, like you said during the introduction of this topic, the society, it can lead to chaos. In fact, moral values are needed so that the society will not disintegrate.
Okay, to keep the society together.
To keep the society sane. To make, when we talk about moral values are the principles and the beliefs that guide our behaviors as individuals, helping us to distinguish between what is right from what is wrong. So when you have that at the back of your mind, that okay, at any point in time you are about to do something and you realize that okay, this thing is beneficial to me, but what about those around me? Will it in any way put them in harm, in kind of hurt them or endanger their life in the process?
That is what scripture means, what the Holy Book means by as long it could be lawful, but is it expedient?
Yes.
Okay.
You know, because this society currently, when we are looking at liberalism, is a kind of a society that favors individualism. You know, back in the time we had more of communal living, collectivism, where people in the society, they do things together. Everyone spoke with one voice. If we are going to be doing this particular thing, everybody will agree that this is the standard. But a liberal society kind of favors everyone to do what you like. Yes. Be yourself, as long as...
Some have also argued in your favor by saying that there was a time, or there used to be a time when it was everybody's responsibility to chastise or to discipline the child.
Yes, it was like that.
But nowadays, if you discipline somebody else,
they will tell you, it's really funny, because some people will even begin to scold you for that as an adult. Why will you correct my child? So some people will just like, even when they see a child misbehaving, they will just leave the child to himself, let the parents correct the child. But before, it takes a village to raise a child. So, like I was saying, society now places more emphasis on individualism. But the thing is that a society cannot truly be free when there are no shared moral values. Like the philosopher Thomas Hobbes said, he said, in the state of nature, life was solitary, nasty, brutish and poor. So if, for instance, there are no kind of rules and regulations, there are no boundaries, there are no restrictions, society will disintegrate into chaos. People will just do whatever they like, and it will lead to lawlessness. So when there's too much freedom, it will lead to lawlessness. Then secondly, I also believe that freedom does not exist in vacuum. Yes, freedom doesn't exist in vacuum, in as much as the modern society, a liberal society, favors freedom. But for freedom to survive, it needs rules and regulations in order to kind of protect individuals' rights. So in as much as you know that this is my right, but you also know that it is your responsibility to ensure that as you are carrying out or you are exercising your rights,
you are not even endangering yourself.
Endangering yourself and endangering others. So that's your responsibility. Then lastly, I would like to say that a society cannot totally be free without shared values, because freedom needs boundaries. Freedom, when people talk about freedom, a society that is free is not just a society where everyone agrees or everybody agrees, there's a generally agreement on something, but I think there's a general agreement on the core basics. So we must all not all have the same view
mindset
or opinion, but there should be a general consensus on certain things that this particular thing, in fact, if somebody do it, that person should be kind of, there should be penalty for that particular thing.
Okay.
People might be doing it, but everyone should agree that if somebody do this particular thing, then it is totally wrong. It is unacceptable. So there should be agreements on the core basics.
All right, thank you very much, Abigail. Now, Mr. Dele, what role do you think family plays in the preservation of moral values?
Oh, family. The family is the beginning of society.
Okay.
Family is the bedrock. Family is the foundation. When family play uphold moral values such as accountability, integrity, what you will see outside is the effect.
The outcome.
Yes, the outcome. Like what we used to say, that train up the child. The Bible said in the way it should go, and when he's old, he will not depart from it. All of us are product of families. Even the people we see on the screen that are kidnapping, killing, not minding the other person. Someone raised them. Someone gave birth to them. Someone bettered them, and today we have them.
So what do you think could have happened on the family level? Could it be a breakdown of
yes, good value. Like she said something just now, that freedom doesn't exist in vacuum. Let me tell you one of the things that I've observed that happen, especially when in the course of this this thing to the north, because we're trying to check something about children in the north. We discovered that they were not given at the basic level. They were not given basic education. They were not given basic moral values teaching from home. This thing. Now, what happened is somebody had to fill that vacuum, and that is where they got these lectures of where they tell them that you can indoctrinated them and put them in all these and today the outcome is very clear. It's a serious family value. All of us came from a family or from one family or the other, and as such, now family, as we as parents, we have responsibility to now put moral values as principle of consciousness, respect for one another, integrity, accountability, honor elders, honor leaders in the family. When these are part of we do not just say them, we practice them. I speak to my wife, we instill them. If I speak to my wife the way I expect, I mean, the moral way, with respect. She speaks to me with respect. We are indirectly teaching our children how to. When the children do something, you scold them, you let them. So, family is the bedrock of moral values teaching.
Amazing. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Abigail, you want to build on that?
Okay, I would say, like Mr. Dele mentioned, the family is the smallest unit in the society, but
the primary unit of socialization,
but it's still the most important unit in terms of moral upbringing of a child. And the thing is that when the family fails, if you fail as a parent or at the family level, there is a great likelihood that that child will fail. Because now look at it, in the life of a child, the child that is growing, there are so many influence over that child. At the foundation, you have the family, because the family serve as the first point of contact. They teach the children the difference between what is right and what is wrong. Like that, when a child is growing, there are some certain things that child will do. You'll be the one to correct the child. No, this thing is wrong. You don't take somebody's eraser, or you don't take what doesn't belong to you. That child will now realize, okay, it's not good. It is actually wrong for me, because at best, a child is a clean slate. Okay. Whatever that child becomes as a result of what is printed or what that child learns. So I don't think that there's any child that is born bad. No. I think most times as a result of our environment or things that they pick up from others.
All right.
So one thing is that when parents kind of they practice good moral values before their children are more likely to adopt such moral values too. Then secondly,
hold on before we get to the second one, because I mean, there's a whole lot to learn from what you're saying. Well, it's still Flipside on Independent Television. It's time for another break. The program continues afterwards. Stay tuned. Thanks again for joining us on your program Flipside on Independent Television. Now, Abigail, before we went on that break, you were talking about the family being the first point of contact, you know, for the child.
Yes. So like I was saying, I said, aside from the fact that parents are the first contact for a child in learning the difference between what is right and what is wrong, parents also serve, like, they kind of help their children understand the consequences of their actions. I'm talking about,
just like Mr. Dele said about accountability a moment ago.
I'm talking about in a home or in a family, because when we look at the family is not just talking about the mother and family, father. It's broad, including the extended family. Because, you know, some people will tell you a good name is better than riches. There are times maybe an individual wants to get married and the person will mention a particular family name. Sometimes when some people will hear that family name, they will even conclude that everybody from that family
Do you
is
think
good.
people still live by that adage, that a good name is better than riches?
Some people still live
in today's Nigeria.
Riches is not much better. Alright. So sometimes there are some names that family names some people will, because of maybe what stories they've heard about all the good deeds of people from that family, they will just assume that everyone, because if that family can produce or can have people like this, people of kind of good character like this, that means that there's something that they are doing right in raising their children. So there are also some family names that somebody will mention, I want to marry into this family. They will just tell you abort mission. It will be, some fathers will even tell you, over my dead body, I will never allow you marry from this particular family. So parents also have a duty in kind of teaching their children to understand the consequences of their actions. Sometimes, you know, there are some individuals that want to do how they deem fit, or they want to live their life the way they like, even if they have been raised right. So you will let that child or that person know that, I know I have raised you well, but whatever decision you choose to take, these are some of the things that you will encounter if you go this way.
Possible consequences.
Yes, consequences of whatever actions you want to take. Then lastly, I will say that the family acts as a link between one generation to the next generation, because they help in kind of passing down traditions, beliefs,
values,
and yes, principles that will kind of help in moral character development.
Thank you very much, Abigail. Now, Mr. Dele, you are in the educational sector, okay? Do you think schools can effectively teach morality without imposing beliefs? Now, we are trying to strike a balance between morality, should I say, liberalism and conservationism. Now, do you think it's possible for schools, because beyond the family, I think after the family, the second stage of socialization should be the school, right?
Yes, yes.
Do you think it's possible for schools to actually, you know, teach morality without imposing beliefs on the children?
Very, very possible. Very possible. Very possible. In fact, the wrong in our educational system is that I've not seen a child that is taken to court for scoring F9 in mathematics.
Okay.
I've not seen a child taken to court for scoring F9 in English language. But I've seen children that grew up, or persons that grew up, and lack of moral and bad character takes them to prison. That sends a signal to us. A child comes home with poor results by our assessment, as in academically, but that child has moral value, has good character, behavior, good conduct, and everybody concentrate on the academic. Meanwhile, education is supposed to be the building of the total human being for the societal advantage. Education is luminous. I keep saying this. The passion I have for education is second to none. I can do other things, but that is mine. Now, as such, because go and find out. Look for, we have seen intelligent people. When I say education, get it clear. We are talking about moral, operating moral value. Yeah. I'm talking about the purpose of education originally. Is the development of the human mind to understand and explore the world for the benefit of the world.
Does that also entail character development?
Yes, that is it. Character development for the benefit of the world, for the benefit of the society, for the benefit of the country. Now, Today, you now see that when that education is not mixed with building of moral values, you now start having intelligent scholars but are criminal because morality has not been inculcated.
And some might even apply the intelligence into crime and
that's the next thing I want to see. Now, you now see someone that lacks moral value, that lacks respect for one another, accountability to people, living a better life, living that I find it joyful that when you are happy, not I find it joyful when you are in pain.
You are crying.
And you are crying.
Or when I'm happy at your own expense or at your own detriment.
But by the time I had value to the life, value to the society, that the education that is what it's supposed to be for.
Okay.
But because we now concentrate it on only
education, learning,
only academic, we have what we have today. So school, after the family, school is the next to inculcate moral values. What is like you get to school and you have school policies or rules that respect one another. You don't see bullying.
Okay.
You see schools where you respect for one another's property. You don't see stealing. When you find it, either you give to the owner or you go and return. You give to the school management to get to. You now see value. So really, we really need to school have that responsibility to imbude that moral values added to the curriculum activities. Because
is that really realistic?
It is, sir. It is, sir.
For example,
for example, it is. There was a time we're talking about there's so-called national value in school. It's a subject.
Okay.
There's so-called this subject civic education. You remember when you go inside, it teaches you how to respect public properties, how to respect people in the society, how to behave, how to is it not lack of moral value that will make somebody to see this is government property and destroy it? Not know that government property is our property.
Our property, yeah.
And it is our property. This is our property. That was we have the sense of this. So that is lack of morality. So school really is very, very possible. Right. So if those subjects are inculcated, look at it. There was a time they have to bring in entrepreneurship into university because they saw a need.
Yes.
Are you following me now? Now morality is going. There is the need for it. It can be inculcated, and the best place to put it is in that from the basic. By the time the children grow, they will have both the academic excellence and moral value added. So school really have that responsibility, and it's something that is doable. It's very doable.
Now, Abigail, let's talk about culture. How do cultural differences shape moral expectations? Because, like I said, morality in certain circles is considered to be a relative thing. What you consider to be moral is probably immoral to me. Okay. For example, I understand. Of course, I don't know if it's myth or something, but there's actually should I say it's an allegation that in certain cultures, some men offer their wives to guests for entertainment.
So that's when they come around.
We don't know how true that is. Okay. Yeah. Now, to some of us, that is an immoral practice. It's something that we'll frown at. So, how do you think cultural differences, influence moral expectations?
Okay. Like you said, morality is different. People can give different definition. Like what you deem morally okay or something that you see as acceptable is acceptable to you. Yeah. Somebody else might also consider that thing unacceptable. But I think to bring a balance,
is there a common denominator? Is there a dividing line?
No, I would say that fine. Culture is dynamic, and different cultures across the world, they have what they believe in. Their beliefs, their way of doing things is quite different. So you as an individual that believe in, you have a certain belief. You can't impose your own personal belief on the other person, because this is kind of a way, or they are used to that particular way of doing things from time immemorial. They don't even know where they land, but they just realize that
certain practices as common as basic as eating dog
certain
meat.
food.
You understand? It's considered offensive to some people, while some others see it as a norm.
Yes. So that's where tolerance comes in.
Okay.
Because you cannot just try something that somebody have learned over the years. It is not part of who they are, because you might be claiming right that, okay, you even give your reasons why you feel this thing is actually bad, and the person will also argue from their own point of view why this thing is okay. And even you that you are looking at that person, okay, this thing is not morally right, this thing is wrong. There are also some certain things that you do that person also see as morally wrong. So how do we now balance both of them? Because there are some things that you will do, they consider it immoral. There are some things that they do that you also consider immoral. So I think at that point it's just tolerance, because we are diverse in our beliefs.
Just the
and
same way
things.
we should also be religiously tolerant, right?
Yes, tolerate people's view. That doesn't mean that you cannot advise, you cannot try to see if you want to change their belief or their perception, but you do it in a way that it does not, you don't impose your own personal beliefs on them.
Okay, now before we go on this break, I'm going to ask you this question, and of course when we return, Mr. Dele, you respond to the question. Some persons have recommended that the dividing line should be consideration for how our actions affect each other. So what the definition of morality should be how it affects the next person. If what I'm doing is not harmful to you or is not offensive to you in any way, then it should be considered moral. Do you subscribe to that school of thought? But that will be right after we return from this very break. Please stay tuned. All right, beautiful people, it's Flipside on Independent Television, and this right here is the final lap of the program. Now, I asked you a question before we went on that break, Mr. Dele. Because of cultural differences, right, it's hard to tell what's morality and what's not. Okay, now some persons, like I said, believe that the common denominator should be consideration for how our actions affect each other. For example, if what I'm doing is is going to be detrimental to you in any way, then I should have a rethink. Do you subscribe to that thought?
Yes, I do. There is a bit of relativity in morality. Yes, there is. I agree to that, because sometimes if just as you said, if what I'm doing is not of harm to you and you are in consent,
okay, then it should be respected like Abigail.
Yes, yes. However, each family, group, organization, nation, society have leaders. There's one thing I always tell leaders and fathers, when I say leaders in any way, look at the long effect of that practice.
The long-term effect.
The long-term effect of it. Yes. Some things might start not bad. Okay, is allowed.
But they have far-reaching effects.
Yes, how far-reaching effect can it be in the long run?
Okay.
It's very, very important. I think we must, and as such, we must learn to now be this. That's why I said it just now, that there are some things I can't do because, not because it's bad, but because of long-term effects. That's when you use your head. You think.
Count the cost.
Yes, you count it. Let's be sincere. Some of these things that we mentioned, some of this liberality, some of this expression, they may start with a good intention that, oh wow, in this group, in this society, I want all of us to be free and to have liberality in this society. Let us check before and today of some of those things. Some of the laws have been passed in the US that today we have seen the outcome. But at the beginning it was what do you call it, a fundamental human right day.
Yes.
But today you don't see that it becomes something else that is now immoral.
True.
So you check that.
And the African society could also take a cue from that.
Yeah, a cue from that. Check that and see, because of the long-term effect.
All right.
Yes, of it.
Thank you, Abigail. What do you have to say to that?
Okay, I would say that Mr. Dele is actually right, because when you look at morality, it is subjective, because the fact that something is acceptable to you, it doesn't mean it is acceptable to me. Then there was a particular point that he mentioned, like, that has to do with family, or authority heads. Like, I would say, if, for instance, you look at the family, when we talk about value, sometimes our values, there are things that we learned over the years. It might be from our family. Let's say, let me use the church as an example. You attend a particular denomination, and that denomination, they frown against certain outfits. Let's say for ladies, women are prohibited from wearing trousers. Yeah. So you know that you are a member of this denomination and you have your reservation. So as long as you are there, you should respect that rule.
Okay.
Except maybe you are no longer a member. Even if you have your reservations about it, you have 1001.
So this is the point where the conversation moves from morality to ethics.
Yes. Even if you have, 1001 explanations to give that they are wrong, but as long as you are there, that's the way they want their things done. So you abide by it. So when you are no longer there, you can decide, okay, I have freedom to do whatever I want to do. So I think being tolerant of each other's our diverse view is what kind of brings about kind of balance this issue of morality and freedom. It kind of brings balance.
Okay, now as we wrap up now, okay, because we actually do not have much time left, okay, so let me hear your thoughts on this particular final lap of the conversation. What's your advice for, parents, leaders out there who probably have lost control of their wards, or people that are under their care? For example, there are churches where people are allowed to do whatever they like because the pastors do not, should I say, apply strict, strict disciplinary measures. Same thing applies to some homes. What's your advice for leaders like that?
Okay, firstly, what I would like to say as it concerns moral values, I would say that moral values, it should be kind of rooted in a way that it tries to prevent harm rather than control. So it should lay more, in fact, if your value is not rooted in kind of harm control, then I don't think you should uphold such values. Okay. So it should be more of harm reduction rather than controlling an individual. Okay. So it should not just be like, I'm upholding this value as a tool or as a means to control another person, because sometimes even when there are too many restrictions or regulations in place, sometimes it can lead to kind of resentment or fear, rather than that genuine moral character building that you are looking for. I would like to use parenting as an example. For example, there are some parents that kind of impose strict rules in the home. Fine. Rules are very important because they kind of put us in check. Okay. They kind of promote orderliness in the society. But the thing is that when there are no room for contrary opinion or contrary views, you realize that your children, most times, they become secretive or they even become rebellious. All right. So like you said in your question, in a home, or let's say in an organization or in a church, where let's say the leaders, they kind of, because of as a result of too much liberalism, they've lost a grip. I think they should come back to the drawing board. They're saying that change is the only constant thing. If you are on a journey and you realize that you have been traveling the wrong path, you are not heading anywhere. Will you continue with that journey that you just keep on traveling aimlessly? You will retrace your step and come back. Okay, this is the point where I missed it. Let me correct it. And there's no crime in saying, okay, this is the way we used to do it. Okay. But right now, I want us to begin to. In fact, even if we talk about religion, there are some denominations that used to uphold or that have certain doctrines
that they've changed.
They change it over time. Okay. And if you don't accept it, you leave. All right. So I think people can retrace their step and tell their followers or their children, this is how I want it to be done. With time, they will pick up.
Thank you very much, Abigail. Now, Mr. Dele, in less than a minute, what's your advice for leaders who have lost control over their followers generally?
Yeah, uphold moral values. However, in upholding these moral values, ensure that you put it such that it's being honed by everybody. Okay. Yes, spell out the reason. It should not be selfish. It should not be to direct to yourself. the reason. If we do this, we will avoid this, we will get this result.
All right.
By that, it will be generally accepted.
Thank you.
It will thrive.
Thank you very much, gentleman and lady, for your amazing analysis. I must say a very big thank you to you for taking our time to be with me on the show. It's been a very interesting conversation. We've been taking a look at upholding moral values in a liberal society. And I've had with me Mr. Oladele Gundele, an educationist, and of course State Secretary AFED. I actually left that part out before.
And the state controller. We just had an election.
Yeah. Oh, are you?
I'm not doing follow-up. The news was here.
I didn't know that. Congratulations
I just
again.
came
Of course, we have to
from
drink
the
to that.
States for the inauguration.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for being on the show. And of
Thank
course,
you.
Abigail Iwobahi, a teen coach, a marriage counselor, and a public affairs analyst. Well, thank you very much for being on the show with me. All right, I want to say a big thank you to you out there for being a part of the show. It's been a very interesting conversation. And, I hope that you've learned so much from today's episode of the show. My name is Harry Aigboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and have yourself a beautiful day ahead. Bye for now.
Great.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
The new Edion expressed excitement as he danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawari Benedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Waya waweso Odion ma Okada zima Esama zima Odion Ebuna zima Odion Obala zima Odion Malawe Maari Esama Odion na ni mado pon mi sama ni mado gbe ken sama e ma Odion wa na Esama ma gbe ken ne osabo obuyo bi ton na ba no ge ton ni maga no dia mi maga me ma ni do gbe ken ne de na e ma ya fe e ma to o e ma agbon o oro pa egugu dori e ma ti awo re ne o be ti agbon ya no we mi maga me ni Jesus Christ no mi afa
in Esama in our father's house in respect of our initiation to elders Edion level. As tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay homage to him, for him to also pray for us for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Odionwe, where he gave the initiate the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakari Igbenedion, his brothers Bright Ayamakwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osawuni Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osane Igbenedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Gwede Onwunse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukponwa Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, as well as Agbong Steve Igbenedion, among other sons of Okada.
Ọba àtọ́pẹ́.
This is Anegbete community situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
Hold on.